Hello, everyone. Checking in. Let's open up the chat and say a few things to welcome the speakers, your fellow participants, moderators. It's going to be one of the biggest online events on GenAI and localization this year. I would like to start by introducing Olga Berogovaya, my co-host, the VP of Smartling. Hi, Olga. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic at the glorious 6 a.m., darling.
6 a.m. from where?
From Tijuana, Mexico at this point.
Wow. All right. So Mexico on one side and Prague, Europe on the other. We have 900 registrations to this event, almost 1,000. I hoped it would be 1,000, but 900 is pretty good. And this event is going to be streamed live to LinkedIn Live. I think it's already live there. And it's going to be streamed to one of the biggest channels on YouTube on localization called Obi Yan. Uh, Jan Hinrichs, are you with us? Could you come on stage and say a few words? Jan is running a channel to popularize language technology to the broad audiences, and you have now almost 50,000 subscribers. By the way, if you
Almost
don't
50.
know Jan's channel, go to YouTube right now, like and subscribe, and make sure to press that bell button to receive notifications when new content goes live. So, Jan, a few words to the audience today.
Yes. So first of all, thanks a lot for having me here and for enabling our industry and our audience to witness what happens in Gen I and in a live stream from my channel. So that's a great support. I really appreciate that, and I think it's a great opportunity for everybody to see what's happening right now and to think about the future. And this is what the conference is about. So dive into it, enjoy what you're seeing. We have the chat. I hope the live streaming is already working. Now it's not yet working, but
Okay.
I think in the next few seconds, your team will make it happen so that this is going live. So from my side, all the best for the conference, and I'm really happy to be part of it.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you for making localization popular with more people. This is what we really need to remind the broad audience about what we do, why we do, and what is our impact. And speaking of impact, let me give you a small introduction of the conference, starting with my introduction. Custom MT is the company that I run. Is a small team focused on adventurous localization teams and translation companies, and we help them implement generative AI in the workflows. We've been working for 5 years, and what we see this year is that Gen AI is all over the place. People try to input it, and there's two kind of programs. One is a grassroots, when people are interested in themselves and they have the knowledge, they seek for it, they experiment, they break things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Olga, you know that most of the time it does not work, right? Yeah.
That's a professional deformation, right? The professional skepticism of a daily practitioner. So,
Yeah. Anyway, so the other situation is when the bosses come and they say, "Whoa, why do we need localization? Can't we just Gen AI it out, translate everything, and let it disappear? It's a cost." And so the localization folks, they come under pressure. They come under the pressure to either implement Gen AI and demonstrate impact within the organization, or to be replaced. Whether this replacement will bring good to the organization or complete ruin in all the languages remains to be seen. We believe it's a complete ruin. However, the pressure to do it is there. Olga, do you see it in your work? You work with enterprise customers all over the world, a lot of this in America. Any signs that this is happening?
absolutely so. Well, first of all, it's happening across the industries, across verticals, and generally, generally across various departments. But yes, it happens quite often that an executive inspired by everything they read in the news, or having run a couple of lines of a simple language through ChatGPT, assume that, hey, off we go, we're ready. A friend of mine told me as a true horror, I said a horror story, when she was asked to produce 5,000 creative files into 55 languages over 3 days. And when she said that, yeah, well, we might reconsider, the powers to be were genuinely surprised. Why could she not just plug in ChatGPT and go for it? So yes, the pressure is absolutely there. The mandate is there. The paths to execute are not always clear.
Yeah, we are under threat. Localization, folks. Many of us are coming under threat. Maybe the AI folks are doing much better, and this is what we'd like to share with the participants. I hope we'll have hundreds of participants joining across all the different channels. It's already more than 300 in the room, which is fantastic. How do you escape this trajectory when the upstairs tells you optimize the cost, reduce, put the money from localization into product, into marketing, into other departments? How can you remain on a trajectory which offers growth, which offers career progression, which offers a future? And it's not very clear, but I think a lot of what the AI folks do these days, like labeling, annotation, checking which systems are best, benchmarking, working it into the workflows, it's very similar to what the localization industry has been doing for years with machine translation. So if we could just find a way to switch our narrative, turn our skills from a different angle, and apply ourselves better, we would go from this place where everything is threatened and the future is unstable and cloudy to another place where growth is exponential. I've been to a Google summit yesterday and to AWS summit earlier this year. GenAI is going 50x this year, right? So it's exploding in terms of usage, in terms of number use cases, in terms of tokens that are pushed through these models. Should we be there? How can we be there? What is our play? Olga, what do you think? What should a localization person do to be on the trajectory of growth where their future is assured?
First of all, I agree with you completely that localization industry is the industry that has been reinvented a few times. And it's been right. First we go from translation memory. From translation memory, we go to several flavors of machine translation. Here we go. And indeed, the exponential growth and adoption, and at times measured adoption, at times hectic adoption of AI definitely is impacting our industry. But the good news is we are in the natural language processing field. And the natural language processing field is basically a precursor and sometimes a part of AI. So we already do know how to influence upstream. We already do know how to be the only experts in a particular field, and that's operating in the multilingual field in the house. So we already have that knowledge in us. We already have that, and I had this conversation not so many days ago. So we have the tooling. We do know how to be those. What we need to do now is, first of all, what is adoption of AI these days? I would still insist on there's quite a bit of frenzy, right? There are a lot of hasty conclusions. There's a lot of, oh God, what do we do? For us to, first of all, be educated and actually use AI to educate yourself in AI. You don't need to read a long article. You can just summarize, and before you know it, you've gone through several archive articles in a day. Then confidence and trust come from knowledge. Measured, very clear understanding of ROI. I think we need to become much more of data analysts and business folks, more than ever. We already are, but now we really need to understand, am I doing it art for art's sake, or is there a clear use case? So knowledge, confidence, measured approach, data analysis, business acumen, and something that we've already been doing for years. That's all. That's all there is to it.
Excellent. And the conference today brings some of these skills and competences to you. We have 3 panels today. One of them represents people who have made the jump from translation into wider AI. They have now the GenAI hat within their company. The title reflects it, the work reflects it, Probably they do a lot of the same as they did in localization, but there is a future. There is the jump. The second panel is about evaluation. Evaluation is a very important skill. Let me give a quick spiel why. Suppose somebody comes to you and says, oh, this machine translation is so good, we don't need a human linguist anymore. How do you prove that this is not true? You need some data, and the data should be based on a scientific method. So many metrics today: Blue, Meteor, Rouge, LLM-as-a-Judge, Gamba, Comet, you name it. Character F score. Olga, you can probably name 20 more metrics than I do.
Good.
This needs to be a scientific metric that you based your approach on. You can say, here is the hype, and here is the actual scientific data. If you're able to benchmark the systems and do it for translation, do it for summarization, do it for question answering, all of the enterprises this year, they want to build customer support agents, they want to build sales agents. Do these agents perform well in English? Do these agents perform well in French, in German, and so many other languages? This is a large body of work. How to make them better in each of these fields? This requires a structural approach. So the evaluation theme in our conference, there's the panel today and the whole workshop tomorrow, focuses on how to present this data, how to structure it, how to get quality samples, to get your answer substantiated. And then the final panel today is the engineering panel, is about how to weave LLMs, large language models, into your workflows, how to write better prompts, how to make sure that you're achieving the most smooth experience ever. Because LLMs are not so easy to weave into the actual workflows, and even when people tell you, oh, it's so easy, just ChatGPT, they haven't tried it at an enterprise scale. Finally, I would like to introduce the two keynotes that we have. At the beginning, we'll have Joao Graca, the CTO of Unbubble, recently an advisor and out there in the investment field. Joao, you probably speak more about how to properly introduce it these days. Joao's company raised $100 million to change localization, and he has been driving many programs such as the Comet metric, how to make localization completely disrupted. How is it going? Where are we in the process? This will be Joao's speech. Importantly, he deals with the topics of disruption, and when you are getting disrupted, how to react to this. And at the end of the day today, we'll have Andriy Burkov, one of the largest subscription-based newsletters that he runs in just general AI field. He is a very famous character in a wider AI world. He decided to agree and join this conference with localization folks today. Hopefully, he'll provide us with insights from the outside of localization in the AI world. So this is the program for day one, and then we'll have specialist workshops on evaluation and on engineering on day two and day three. So what's the most important thing, do you think, Olga, in this program? Anything that you'd like to highlight?
I think the most important thing is that we'll be learning straight from the field. We'll be learning I hope that we walk away with practical tools, equally from people who've deployed AI and who practice AI on day-to-day basis, and from people who actually are at the core of development. And yes, like as Andriy Burkov will definitely be learning from the leaders, and equally Joao. So I think the most important thing is that by the end of the day, I hope that we have more trust and more confidence in what we do. And by the way, Konstantin, when you evaluate something, it's not only to prove that it's not working. Sometimes you evaluate to prove that it actually is working.
It works.
Let's be a little bit less skeptical here. But yeah, most importantly, I think we'll walk away with tools. And I think, Konstantin, our opening speech is over. Is it?
Yeah, 15
If
minutes are
that's the
in.
case, thank you so much for sparing me the necessity for the sparkling joke about AI. Because if I look a little bit sleepy, you totally made me lose my sleep over that one.
All right. With this, let's wrap up the introduction. Joao, if you're ready, please come up on the stage. We welcome you. This is your first live presentation after leaving Unbabel. We're very excited you decided to side with us. Thank you for making it here, and let's begin.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Konstantin. Thanks for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about GenAI and the role in localization. But before, I think GenAI is something that we're all still kind of learning what it does and what to do with it. There's like immense potential that's still to be untapped, even with current models. Just to give an example, like yesterday, my hot water heater decided to stop working, and I was not happy to have a cold water shower. And so I went downstairs, and instead of actually looking for the manual, I just took a picture of the display, sent it to ChatGPT, and asked in Portuguese, how do I fix this? And it basically went to find the instructions and tell me which buttons to press and to actually solve my issue. And that was completely seamless. So this is where we are. So a little bit about me. So I did my PhD around almost 20 years ago in natural language processing. I started the Lizard Machine Learning Summer School, which has been going for like 12 or 13 years. And 11 years ago, I started in Babel. So I was a co-founder and CTO, and I've been there for 11 years. And I'm very proud of a lot of the work that we did in Babel into launching new technologies and new AI for localization. Besides that, I'm also like happily married. I'm a proud father of three amazing princesses, which is the three people I've been dedicating most of my time nowadays. And also like a wannabe surfer and paddle player. So I've been working hard to become better at those skills. And so what I want to talk to you a little bit is my views about the localization industry and the people that work in the localization industry. So I'm going to share a couple of examples and opinions, and hopefully we can have a conversation around those topics. So the first thing is, people saying that the localization industry is dead is happening for almost 10 years. I remember this news and this paper very well and what it meant for Unbabel and all the board members calling us. And we all know that this actually didn't happen. And so NeuralMT did not kill translation or the localization industry. In fact, it has been growing ever since. But I think there is something different about GenAI. And this was a context that we did last year on September using Tower LLM, where basically we compared three very hard cases for translation using only AI and against the best humans that we had, like two humans flows. And the results were very similar when measured by MQ annotations. And I'm going to deep dive into this, but I think it's like we cannot ignore that these models are actually very, very good at translating. Basically, everything has to do with language. On the other hand, if you work on localization, you know that localization is much more than translation. So there's a lot of complexity of the interaction with the customer and a bunch of tasks that needs to be done besides the translation per se. So you can basically resume the localization industry to this particular task. And honestly, if you ask me, do I believe that all this complexity is going to basically become this? I don't. I don't think that customers will just interact with ChatGPT or Claude or any other tool and basically just solve the localization issue and be done. So there's still an industry, there's still a lot to be done. I am very curious about what's going to happen with agents, like what part of this, all the process that we have nowadays can be done by agents. I think it's a new area, so something to learn about. But I wanted to think a bit like that. I believe that the human work involved localization will change, but not disappear. I don't think we'll have as many people involved on the online translation or basically working for every single translation, but actually more adapting the systems. And I'm going to give some examples. And so I'm going to try to think about what's my role in the future if you're a project manager, a translator, a QA, a front file engineering. And I'll give a couple of examples. So I'll start with translation. So this was the competition we did last year. And there's a lot of things that can be debated about the process and so on, so bear with me. But what we told internally was, you can use whatever AI tools you want. There cannot be any human involvement during the translation. You can spend as much money as you want with AI model. And in fact, what we did was a reasoning model, so it was more expensive than just like a normal model. And there was a lot of constant prompts that I'm going to show you. And on the human side, is like, okay, you can use whatever resources we have, the best linguists, everything. And this was kind of like the examples. We had like some literary texts, some technical texts, and some legal text. So it was not customer service or your easy to translate examples. And just to give an example, this is a third of a prompt for one of the examples. So there was information about the tone in the register, the philosophical terminology, the clarity and simplicity. So this was like a very large prompt. It took a lot of work to be done. And again, this was done by linguists, not by AI people. And so basically there was a setup. So basically the types of text, the amount of words, a bunch of LPs, identical instructions, 2 weeks to set up the transaction flows. And this went for both ways, for the AI, for the other one. And then at the end, we had linguists doing MQM annotations and doing blind evaluations. One of the things we realized, I think this is part that's going to fit on my narrative, is that MQM had to be adapted, and we didn't do this for this competition, but there's a PhD thesis with Babel working on this, just because you start getting to a level of quality that MQM does not capture all the nuances. So there is work on improving the annotation typologies. And so basically, my claim is that we might not need humans to translate, but we need humans to build the systems that translate. So we had people building the right prompt. We had to set up the proper evaluation cycle, which meant like prompt, try, evaluate, go back to the prompt. We need to basically define the finer grain typology, and we need to annotate a lot of data. And all of these basically are skills that are the same of the people working in the localization industry, just being used on a different way. So another example is transcreation. So this is an old problem that we had at Babel working on customer service, where basically you had an agent replying to a Japanese customer. The agent was not Japanese, and he would produce like a completely satisfactory answer from his point of view, but it was inappropriate from a cultural point of view. And there was a lot of reasons for this. And these were humans. This was not machine. These were humans answering. And ideally, what you want is for them to actually reply in a way that was appropriate. And so what we did with Babel was we created like extensive guidelines of how to properly address a Japanese customer. And we did this for a bunch of languages and a bunch of cultures. Now, what we were able to do is take this information, which again took a lot of domain expertise and linguistics, and basically transform it into a prompt and get the module that was doing this rephrasing automatically with high accuracy. Obviously, to evaluate this, we had to define a new typology to evaluate this rephrasing. So there was a lot of linguistic work involved on doing the typology and testing. And afterwards, we basically got the system working. So again, if you think about what we did, we had to build the right prompt, but for that, we had to set up the proper evaluation cycle. You had to define finer grain typologies. We had to annotate data. So basically, it's kind of like the same skill set applied to a new problem. And you can see where I'm going. So there's like all this like linguistic knowledge and knowledge that people from the localization industry have that is very useful for a wide range of tasks. I want to give a different example about terminology extraction. And this is very basic. So this is not something on production. This was something that I did this morning, just as an example to try with ChatGPT. So I asked him, can you look at Babel website and public assets and basically generate me a terminology, a glossary? And he came up with something like language operations, human in the loop, language converter, live chat translation. So I think you can definitely improve the prompt, but this took me like 3 or 4 minutes. And then I say, well, instead of Babel, what about Skyscanner? And he basically went there and got a bunch of information. And so this was kind of like ChatGPT, no extra work, from an engineer or an AI person, not a linguist, in 2 or 3 minutes. So definitely there's something here that you can use. And I know there's a bunch of research papers on how to use LLMs to define terminology. So again, I think it's like the thing that people have to do right now is basically adopt GenAI, like set up your properly GenAI workspace that allows you to experiment. Spend time playing with the models. Like the models are really good. They have some small nuances. And then once you get something like a toy example working, like this one, which I don't claim it's working yet, basically now go to the formal process. Define how we're going to evaluate, gather data, and work on the experimentation loop. Another thing is about project management. And here I think it's a more interesting thing because if you look at the way that companies are working nowadays, although some of them have adopted GenAI or claim that they have adopted GenAI, they still work on the same way. So GenAI adoption means I'll replace my former NMT by my LLM-MT, which is slightly better. I'll have some issues on putting the context and so on, but nothing really changes. But I do believe that there's going to be some changes. So I do believe that agentic workflows can bring a lot of value to the table. I don't know exactly what. I haven't seen, and that might be me any good example of agentic workflows for localization. But I think there's two ways of thinking about this. One is you can replace every single box by an agent or an LLM or a mixture. Some boxes might still have humans to set up the evaluation frameworks and so on. Or you can think about an agent that actually interacts with the customer. And you think if you think like kind of the path that we've been following was, okay, we had this highly service industry, then a bunch of players tried to go more to self-service so that the customer could be faster on the interaction and faster, cheaper. But at the same time, you can now get the same quality of service with an agent at the same pace. So I think there's a lot of potential of rethinking what would be the interaction with the customer, and the entire platform has an agentic first AI platform. I'm not saying you don't need humans. I actually think you need humans to basically coach the agents and take care of the platform and observe and evaluate. But I think there's a lot of potential for new paradigms of interaction in the industry. So basically, what I suggest is like start learning some no-code agentic frameworks, because I'm not saying that linguist translators should start coding, although it doesn't hurt. Start simple, like replace old flows with new flows. Think about missing agents where it can go. Basically, be the coach. And I think this is something we're going to see someone doing this year. I haven't seen it, but I think there's a lot of potential. So basically, just to close up and go to questions. I think what should we be doing in the next 5 years? I believe that AI is a solid choice for most tasks, so I don't think that we'll need the same amount of humans to do translations or to do terminology extraction. But there's a lot of work on setting up AI. So what's the right prompt? How do we evaluate this? What's the data? It's very interesting. I've been talking with a lot of companies, not from local industry, that are paying for like large AI programs. And most of the cases that don't have no way to evaluate what they're doing. Like, should I use Claude or ChatGPT? Should I train? Should I do reg? Like, how are you evaluating it? They're not. They're just looking at one example at a time, which obviously doesn't work. And definitely like play with agentic workflows. There's a lot of stuff coming out, making it easier. I think that something interesting will come out from there. Just to finalize, I think your hard skills are still very important. They didn't disappear. You didn't become irrelevant. You just need to learn how to reuse your skills in the new world. Your skills are fundamental to a successful deployment. And on the other hand, if you think that GenAI is basically being adopted by most of the industries, I think you have the chances to use your skills that are going to be fundamental and be the language operations of the language of the rest of the world. Okay, and with that, I'm ready for questions.
You're so fast, Joao. It's incredible. We have 15 minutes for questions. This has never happened before in a keynote. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen how technical it can get and how we can quickly jump into the industry argot. This is a taste of what awaits in this conference. We're going to try to get as hands-on and as professional as possible right off the bat. Okay, to ask questions, please use QA function at the bottom. There is this button. You can submit a question. And it's also possible to upvote the questions so that if we get 30 or 40 questions, I can pick up the most upvoted ones so that we have a democratic process of selecting the question. While you are submitting your first questions, let me ask the first one. So you've seen a lot of the stuff going right now in a wider world of AI. You've seen also how many problems remain unsolved in a world of localization. What do you think are the top maybe two most exciting problems that localization people should apply themselves to, right? There's still a lot to do. What excites you? What keeps you up at night, or what do you think about when you surf and you switch off for a second and your mind wanders away?
Yeah. I think there's three topics in different areas. One is I'm very curious about what you can do with agentic workflows, agents. How can you solve like the broader localization? So gaming, video, there's a lot of things that used to be a lot of work. I mean, I still remember the days of like problems with file engineering, everything that takes time and work. How can we solve them? And do we have the right tools to actually address it? Because I think LLMs gave us like something magical that we didn't have before, which is like very good tools to kind of rewrite, summarize, and have a bunch of like information gathered. That is one side. On the other side is kind of think, okay, but what can people in the industry, especially linguists, do? Are they kind of like, are they going to move to deployment like people are afraid? And I think the answer is no. I think there's going to be a massive adoption of AI. I think enterprise to adopt AI will need data to validate what they're doing. And that data will need some linguistic knowledge. They might have to get some like domain knowledge from other areas, but I think there's a lot that linguists can do. And I think that's how they should position them. The third one, and I think it's the most interesting one that I don't have an answer, is change management. I think the problem of AI adoption right now, or a bigger AI adoption, is not a technology issue. We have the technology. It's people wanting to use the technology. And I know of a lot of examples, some of them I experienced, some of them I didn't, that people don't want to use the technology because it affects their personal job. So it's very hard for a company of 100 people to say, let's use GenAI and maybe we can do 10 times the work. And if there's not 10 times the work, maybe some people might leave. And to not touch on localization, I can use the example of coding. Like I had a very hard time of getting people adopting GenAI tools for coding because, people that are more senior think that it's a craft they have. How can GenAI be good enough? And what's going to happen is the people that start using it are going to become much more productive. And I think this change management that gets connected with the culture of the company is the hardest part to solve in the adoption of AI.
Fantastic. Let's start with the audience questions now. I can see a few questions that can be tied together. There's a beginner question. What is an agentic workflow? Although it could also be a loaded question. How do you understand the agentic?
I mean, I understand.
Just hold on. And the next question, which is a highly upvoted one, could you please show again the evaluation graphic and explain the need for the change in the MQM? I think this could be tied together.
Good question. So first, let's start with what do I think an agent is. I think an agent is a software program that you give them an objective, and he does the task that he needs to do to achieve the goal, which are not predefined. So if you basically set a workflow with 3 steps, for me, that's not an agent, that's a workflow. Now, the definition of agentic nowadays goes from everything, LLMs with tool use to what I just meant. I don't want to be picky. I mean, what I think about agency is having them solve tasks that they have to reason, they have to define a plan and execute each one of the tasks. And for each task, they can call tools like other LLMs. And that's why I consider agents. Some agents have a front-facing, like a chatbot. And you can think about, should we have a chatbot interacting with the customer? And basically asking questions. It doesn't have to have that. It can be an agent that you just launch on the customer and go figure out all the places where the customer gets data from. And then basically say, okay, this is the connector that I need. I'm going to build a connector for each one of them. And suddenly you have the customer fully connected to your platform. It can be a lot of things. I think the MQM one, so while ask is like, reach me on an email. This was a PhD work that I have been part of, but I'm not by far the specialist, but I'm happy to make an intro. Otherwise, I probably won't know how to answer the questions, but I'm very happy to point you to the right person.
Yes. To tie this up, Joao, you teach a summer school in AI in Lisbon, right?
Well, I don't teach it. I organize it. Basically, the professors come from outside, but it's been going for 12 years. It's like in the morning, there's a class of 4 hours. There's labs in the afternoon. There's a talk at night for 7 days. It's pretty cool, but I recommend it for everyone.
Is there some surfing involved?
No, you can go to, but not in the summer school. Summer school is pretty intensive for work.
Okay. Next question, and I think this one was the one that I wanted to tie up with the presentation. Have you seen any success stories with automated language quality assessment processes, such as proofreader agents, comment scores, QE scores? So what's the actual story from the world? Is it working?
Yeah. I mean, so I might be a little bit biased. I think that for translation, quality estimation works very well up to 90 something MQM, which is at the same point that basically if you take 2 professional linguists to annotate the text, they also have a annotated disagreement. I think the challenge with QE, and I hope that someone is working on this right now, is it's a generic model, so you don't have a way. So the best QE that exists until recently of the competition was not an instruction-led LLM. So it was basically a discriminative system. And I think that you need to have something that you can pass instructions in LLM, and we're working on that, or we were working on that in Babel, where you can actually pass the specificities of the customer. Otherwise, if the customer wants to use something because it's their style guide, that is not the best linguistic choice, but it's his choice, there's no way that the model is going to tell that this is right or wrong. But definitely, I think that QE is a wonderful, like, I don't think that nowadays anyone should be sending a job to a customer without a QE stamp. Because at least when you pick something bad, you can be notified and you can go there and say, well, this is actually an error on QE, so feed it to whoever is doing that, or actually stop, I have an issue, let me fix it and send to the customer. So there's no reason. There's APIs, it's super cheap, you know, it's or the same
In
to
other
like
words, we supplement all the QE processes we had before with Trados, Verifica, LexiQA, and tools like that. We add LLM QE now, but we don't need to always rely on it to publish content without human supervision, right? You're saying that unsupervised QE is maybe not the way to go.
No, I think it's a signal, and at some point in time, depending on your risk as a profile, you might say, okay, if QE is very low, do I want to have a human looking at it or not? But definitely for most cases, like QE is measured against correlation with MQM annotations, and the correlation is very high. Sometimes if you have like a QE annotation and you have 4 annotators, and I ask, okay, which one is the QE versus which one are the humans, you cannot distinguish. So QE is very strong nowadays.
To follow up on this, there is a question from Silvio from eBay. Can you perhaps speak about how does this automated checking by a large language model compare with the human check? Is the evaluation from the model good? How far is it from a human evaluation?
Yeah, I think I touched a bit. So there's different types of scores. You can get like the sentence score, the document score, or you can get actually a prediction of the MQM labels. And all of those correlate very highly with human annotators. I don't know the exact numbers, but they're published. And so I think they're very reliable nowadays. Now, they still have some errors every once in a while, but they're so small, the same way that humans also have errors. I mean, we've been dealing with the annotator agreement in Babel for 10 years. So I think I'm not going to say it's exactly the same because I don't want to be unfair and I don't have the data, but it's very close. It's very reliable nowadays and it's getting better. So one thing, so just a note that somebody told me, which I think is very correct. You should always plan not with AI of today, but with the AI of 1 or 2 years from now. And you've all been seeing how AI is moving. And one example, I remember like 2 years ago, I was talking with one of our investors, and he was talking about the company in the portfolio who was doing customer service. But they were using the original GPT-4, so basically it was more expensive to use what they were using than actually having a human. And people are like, oh, this is so stupid. Guess what? 2 years later, AI is like 1,000 times cheaper, with the models are even better, and so now that makes sense. So, don't think about I'm not going to implement this because nowadays it works like this. Think I'm going to implement this because it's going to take me time, and this is where it's going to be in 1 year or 2 years from now. Otherwise, you're going to miss the train.
Yeah. To jump on the train is very valuable right now. This is an excellent comment. There are 2 questions about scaling. So a question from Stavrula: how do you scale something so unpredictable like a large language model application and translation? Is there any trick to this? Is there something that localization folks need to know? And another question about scaling is how do you build those prompts and test the outcomes? How do you prompt engineer at scale?
Yeah. Okay, so 2 very good questions. So we've been running LLMs on production for translation for at least 2 years. And I think that it's the same checks we had on Neural MT, 6 years ago. Basically, we have QE, we have some hard checks on completely broken hallucinations, like it doesn't generate anything. And we basically keep annotating data and checking. But with the right prompt, and that's the second part of the answer, those things are very scalable. I don't think like the fear that it will hallucinate, like it doesn't happen. And also, you have to think out like translation is a much easier problem than like say summarization or generation, because you also have a reference that you want to copy. So you're basically just copying something in a different language. So it's much easier than the other one. In terms of a prompt, so I think that everyone should have a nice setting to do this. And this doesn't apply just to GenAI. We had this for AI since ever, which is you have something where you can go and write your prompt or your code in a source example, and you see the output. That's what I call you use it for intuition. So you go there, you put some examples that are hard, you test it, you change some stuff. But then you also need to have test sets that you build. That basically, whenever you have something new, then you run over the entire test set. because you don't want to fix on one particular example that you care a lot and basically break it to 20 others. And so you run it and you see what's the performance compared with the previous one. And if it's not better, then don't go. And even if it's better, where did it fail, and go check and go take a look. The other part is once you run this on production and you detect errors, pick those and add to a new test set. So you keep adding test sets with all the errors that you see before, and you try to fix them. This is the best way to guarantee that whatever you're doing now is not going to break what you did in the past. And it might change. For instance, you might try to train your model to like be better at a particular domain. And by doing that, you might be better at that domain, but kind of break something else. If you don't have this coverage of test sets, you won't be able to know it. But this for me is kind of like ML hygiene. You know, it's the same thing of ML ops. Just keep doing that.
Wow, that's a very information-packed answer. In 1 minute, we could hear a lot. We have about 4 minutes more. I think I can take 3 more questions. Joao, how are you feeling? Are you ready for 3 more
That's
questions?
all good. I'm standing, so I have more
You're
energy.
standing. That's an old trick, but it works every time for me. I hope it's a comfortable position for you. Jessica asks whether an organization always needs to train a model or just prompting is enough. The models they change so often. Tying up to one model may be cool, maybe not cool. You have all the company data on one hand, and you can have your own model. On the other hand, you can always chase the next AI thing. What is
Yeah.
your opinion? What's best?
So I think there's no one answer. There's a process that you should follow. First of all, models are changing very fast and becoming much better. So first step is, again, define your test set. Know how to evaluate good from bad. The second one is play with prompts and play with RAG. So basically use your previous text as context for the translation, and that will take you some time. If this basically takes you the performance that you want, then you're done. You don't need to do anything else. And that can take you very far away, especially with new models. Now, the prompt, like I showed you, can be very complex. When I'm talking about prompts, I'm not saying, hey, translate X from Y to B. No, that's not how it works. It's like, there's a lot of information, style guide. So there's a lot of work on there. And you only know if it works if you have the proper evaluation setup. After that, if you still cannot do it because, let's say, you work on a particular domain that the model has not seen that kind of information on the training data, which by nowadays is almost impossible, then it might make sense to train. I mean, I can tell like Tower LLM was trained. It became better than the other models. Now, is this recipe forever? We'll see because the models are getting better. Is there value to use your own data? There is, but there's also a cost. It's the question is like, is this delta something that you need, that you value? But the first point is like, before you get to that, you have to basically take the other two, prompting and RAG, and then only think about post-training. Training from scratch, honestly, I don't think nowadays makes sense. Only for educational purposes.
Well, you trained from almost from scratch. Oh, you trained from scratch at when you built the Tower LLM, and it won the competition WMT in
So
November.
more or less, so Tower LLM was not in from scratch. It
Not
was
from scratch.
training on top of a model, and that recipe, I think it still works, and people should do it if they have the need. I think we did LLM from scratch, and the model is very good. It's competitive with Mistral for all European languages. It's very costly. We did it as part of an European project. So you must have very deep pockets to go into that thing. And the problem is like you spend a lot of money, and in 6 months there's a new model that comes that just like kills this. While the post training is much cheaper and is actually fine-tuning the model for what you need. I mean, and there's more stuff. I'm not saying that you shouldn't work on the model, but only if you have a specific need that justifies it. You might want to build a translation system that runs on device, and then it's a much smaller model, and there's a lot of tricks that you can do for that. Then yes, then go do that. But always has post training, never has like the pre-training part. But I think that depends a lot on like your goals and yeah.
Thank you. Last question, and let's have a short answer because it's a long question. I'll amalgamate 2 questions together. Where do you see the best application area? Somebody's asking whether LLMs, some LLMs are better suited for translation, and there's another question is, can we apply it in game localization? Is it good enough for us? Maybe there are other questions like, can it be applied to medical, legal? Is there a particular area where models are better? And perhaps, how do we know?
Well, I think they're very good for all the areas. You might have to change the prompts. I think gaming is something that I would love to work because you have the different characters, which are different prompts, and I guess you can just basically build a prompt for every character so that the translation becomes with your voice. How do you know it's, what I've been saying for now half an hour? Get an evaluation set. Every time you run something, look at the result. Like you said in the introduction, you have to be scientific about this. Okay, I think I lost either myself or...
No, I think we have Konstantin frozen here.
Okay, I was afraid it was me.
No,
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 no.
it was
No,
me.
he moves again. He moves again. So
Paula, thank you for the rescue. I think a basic technology problem hit me.
okay, fixed.
Joao, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Long time, many questions answered, and hopefully you will stay with us a little bit longer. There are many more questions to you, which are left unanswered. Everyone, you have a chance to ask one of the brightest minds in localization, GenAI, today. He is with you for how long, Joao? Another 30 minutes, 20 minutes? Look at the number of likes and the hearts flowing for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to proceed to the first topic. Olga, would you do us the honors of introducing?
Absolutely. So now when Joan gave us a lot of ideas and tools and a lot of amazing graphs and a lot of I guess a lot of insights as to where we're going. Here we go. Let's go off to case studies and to practical applications. And it's a great honor to introduce our great speakers. And I think it's amazing that we're covering the topic. Topic one is, and again, that's something that localization industry has been working on for years. How do you partner with internal stakeholders? And probably the first group of stakeholders you want to partner with right now would be your data science team, right? And localization, one great, amazing thing about our industry, we're a gold mine of data. We've been collecting data for years. So first topic would be, how do you actually partner and collaborate with data science partners? And there would be Alexandru, Cristea, Nechita. One of the beauties of our industry is you often struggle with pronouncing the names, so please bear with me. Then we have Nicolas Jadot from Trendial, and again, that would be the conversation about how do you actually become an AI organization from the traditional localization organization. And then from there we go, we have two great presenters from booking.com. And there, again, it's fantastic that our speakers are from all ways of life because we have e-commerce case study, and then we have travel and hospitality case study. And I think it also will weave great into Joan's comment about and the question on how does AI and GenAI in particular apply to different industries. I don't know, Konstantin, if you want to add anything to that.
No, just to say that please welcome on stage the people who have made the jump from being localization into being GenAI. I think many people are interested. For the technical team, we will have a series of presentations, so one person after the other. We can now bring Alexandru on the screen for everybody else. And Paula and Emma, we're looking forward to your speech in about, 40 minutes from now, perhaps.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. I recently joined Datamundi as a process improvement manager, where I'm supporting process and tool expansion of their operations for AI data process unit. For the last 4 years, I worked at Amazon AGI as a head of quality for AI multilingual data, where I collaborated with data scientists and language engineers for multilingual AI models. But before this, I worked for about 15 years in the translation and localization industry, being a project manager, translator, everything in between. And now I'm going to talk a bit about what I saw in my transition from localization to data processing for machine learning, and I'll touch a bit on how you can leverage your expertise and how to keep pace with the rapid change, and also build partnerships with the data scientist team. I'm not sure if the presentation is
You can launch
shared.
from your computer if you'd like, Alexandru.
Oh, so okay. So there's no there won't be a presentation. Okay.
If you'd like, I can run from my computer, but I think you'd be much more comfortable if you run from yours.
Okay. Just a quick second, please.
While you're opening, perhaps you can say a few words. Was it a quick process when you switched from localization to a data person? Did it take years or did it take months?
It was instant. So that's the very interesting part of it, because I was working. I worked for a long time in translation and localization, and I had several types of roles under my belt, which I could use. And when I started working on data processing for AI, it was just a question of understanding and learning the terminology, and also for Amazon, learning the whole culture there as well. But it was instant for me. So don't get discouraged if you want to do that. Quick second.
If you'd like, I have your presentation on my computer and I can help you
Yeah,
with that.
please. That would be much easier and faster, because I think it would probably take me another minute or so.
Okay, there we go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you. So on the second slide, I'll just present what I'm going to cover in this presentation really quickly. I'm going to go through the challenges and opportunities I saw when shifting from localization to data processing, how data professionals work with linguists, and what's usually expected of you as a localization professional, how to position and upskill yourself with these data processing teams, and at the end, I'll go through some key takeaways. On the next slide, I'm going to talk a bit about the differences and the intersect point between data processing and localization, because as we know, data processing for machine learning uses a lot of data in all kinds of formats to make predictions and decisions. The data preparation basically can be done by data engineers and language engineers, but some of the easier tasks are done by data annotators or data associates, how they're sometimes called. So these people are linguists or not linguists, depending on the task. But the idea is that a lot of the times this work is multilingual. And this is where it crosses paths with localization. In localization, by contrast, the majority of people working to adapt content are certified or at least experienced linguists who adapt content to local markets. So I've seen lately a lot of machine translation post-editing requests, as well as human QA, which is all done by certified linguists. And this is where I'd say these two avenues are where it crosses in the data processing world. But three of the most specific use cases that I saw, which are at the intersection point between these industries, I saw empty output adaptation, and on these I worked as well at Amazon, being some of the stepping stones that I use to get more used to data processing. So, machine translation output adaptation, which is an easy way to adapt data sets to other languages. Dataset enrichment, which includes annotation, the annotation of parts of speech of a data set, and quality assurance checks, both text and audio, and especially for non-English locales. On the next slide, I'm going to touch a bit on the challenges that I can see that you'll be facing when making this pivot. I'd say the biggest for me was learning new terminology and concepts around how data is processed, and this makes it very important to understand also the machine learning process as a whole, not just the separated concepts and terminology. When preparing, for example, data in one of the steps for machine learning lifecycle, you'll probably hear of transcription, tokenization, normalization. When training a machine learning model, you need to define labels like sentiment, intent, speaker turns, entry boundaries. When you fine-tune a model, you'll use words like ranking, which means ordering model outputs by confidence or relevance. Another challenge that I saw was to keep up with evolving data needs inside the organization. We know that AI moves fast, and big companies have already trained their foundational models. At this point in the AI development, as far as I saw, it's the most of the efforts are towards fine-tuning, which means adapting foundation models to niche domains like legal or marketing. Tomorrow's AI might demand voice-enabled chatbots, which means that in order to do that, your processes will need to pivot to supply labeled audio clips for these use cases. Another challenging area that I see is the implementation of the data processing services. You'll need flexible yet standardized processes, and for this, my best suggestion or discovery are standard operating procedures and RACI charts for each step of the way, everyone being aligned on these, tooling that needs to be scalable and allow API integrations and automations, and QA strategies that need to combine both automated filters and human spot checks. On the next slide, we have the opportunities. And the good news is that localization specialists are very well positioned to make this transition, because there's so many roles and processes in the localization world that are being used in the data processing world, from localization engineers to project managers to QA experts. These are all transferable roles. And we already know that in localization, you would work with machine translation post-editing evaluation, for example, or blue scores or error type labeling. This is maybe less prevalent in the industry, but you definitely hear about them. Project managers and vendor managers already work with in-country translators and reviewers who can enrich datasets with regional idioms or use their linguistic knowledge to label the datasets. And these are resources that other industries don't have. So this is, for me, is a value add for our industry. There are also other opportunities for career growth as well. When you step into a data role, like an annotation lead or a language engineer on the data side, you can become the multilingual expert, and you will become at some point very critical to your organizational AI expansion if it's something that the organization is looking forward to doing. On the next slide, I'm going to talk a bit about how data professionals work with linguists. And one of the first steps for me is getting involved and discussing with the data scientists about their business use cases and work backwards from that. It's always important to remember that the data scientists that are trying to build models or apps, AI apps, they know best what their business use cases, and sometimes might not be totally proficient to communicate that to people that want to help them. So I'd say even though even though the data scientists, they've already drafted the initial guidelines, you will definitely need to work with them to clarify the steps and the expectations. And also a very important thing that I saw being very valuable was to create clear and simple instructions, even non-technical, for the data annotators. So if you are working with data annotators, if you're one yourself, always think of how can I create these guidelines or instructions, we can call them, as simple and as clear as possible. And also when trying to do this, always zoom in on the small steps and then zoom out to see again the business use case of the data scientist so that you can put them into perspective. So make sure that you're working on relevant steps for the use case. Also, AI project pivot constantly, change constantly. You might annotate 1,000 clips only to learn that the model misclassifies slang. You'll need to be ready to revise instructions mid-project, perhaps edit speaker turn rules or add new entry label categories. And of course, everything needs to be delivered in 24 hours or 48 hours, but just keep that in mind. Also, keeping a tight feedback loop with the data scientist customers is very important. This allows to review errors and implement feedback really fast. There's no specific technical prerequisite for localization project managers, as far as I know, as far as I saw when I joined data processing, but I would advise to get to know the basic concepts, terminology, and also tools that are available. And I'm going to go through a few of them in the next slide. Okay, positioning and upskilling the localization team. So we talked a bit about the context of the two domains, localization and machine learning, a bit about the competitive advantages, but how do we best position ourselves with the data team so that we work closer with them, even as an outside collaborator? So I'd start by identifying where your skills are and where you can add the most value. Look at where you spend most of your working time and map all your skills to different data processing steps. You might see there are certain tasks that you already are doing that seem, or even the data processing tasks might seem logical and familiar, like evaluation or tagging or ranking, which will allow you to jump straight into a project management role with not much further training. But I would also advise that you'd still upskill into fundamentals. For this, you'll find free courses online, YouTube, Coursera, Hugging Face. I recommend AWS. I took some courses from them. They're great. I'm not sure if I am allowed to say that, but they have like the skill builder site, AWS Educate, Machine Learning University. They're all mostly free. They have amazing resources. They have even a language engineer course path that I recommend that teach you all the steps in a data pipeline. Next step, I'd say, is learn a bit of Python and SQL to run data quality checks. Even though you don't have standardized processes for QC, even running a simple script to flag errors, I think can save hours of manual work.
Alex,
Then,
let's leave a couple of minutes for questions.
yeah,
If you'd like to wrap up, and we'll shoot some questions at you, because I'm sure many people want to ask how to make the switch, right? What's the
sure.
pivotal moment to get from localization into data?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say the most important thing that it's last, but it's the most important is build a trust with your customer team. That means offer to define guidelines or set up bi-weekly QA meetings with them, retrospective meetings after deliveries. Offer to go above and beyond for them. I think that's very important. It was very important when I was working with vendors to see that. And three main takeaways, I'd say upskill. That's very important. Work backwards from business use cases and iterate fast. Put together processes, leverage automation, QA, but move fast. Thank you. Happy to take any questions now.
Okay. So maybe from here we go to questions. And thanks so much, Alexandru, for the amazing playbook.
Sure.
Because
Thank
it
you.
pretty much can be used as a playbook. So first question would be, I think we should touch a little bit more on data privacy. And the question is, what is the best solution to save client materials data privacy while you're using AI? And I think that's probably top of everybody's mind and a lot of conversations about data privacy. So what's your take on that?
I'd say I agree 100% that data privacy is very important. And the only way that I see in my experimentation as well is to run the IC safe, is to run models, AI models locally as much as possible so that no content, no PII content, any sensitive content is being sent to other servers. That's how I usually do it, and it is possible. You can do it with a minimum amount of cost as well, depending a lot on the volume, of course. But I'd say to a point, you can run local models or have different solutions that do not send out customer information, but always with customer consent. I'm always for that. So they need to be involved in understanding the trade-offs of using AI for certain QA tasks or any tasks for that matter for their data processing.
May I
Thank you
ask,
so much. Obviously, there is an added layer of global different data privacy requirements globally, but that would warrant a separate session on its own, probably, right?
Alex, may I ask, what is
Yeah.
the pivotal moment? How did the change happen for you to jump from localization to data? And do you see many other people jumping?
So I did the jump 4 years ago when I didn't know that AI would become so big. And I always wanted to be closer to data, to statistics. I've always been in languages, but I also wanted to learn more about what's there, what's out there. Localization, as we know, it's not a really big industry. Like we know each other in the industry, and I wanted to see what's outside of the fence. And I looked up some of the companies. I did exactly what I just told you. Like I saw what are um, my skills that can be used in data, and then applied for these jobs. And I applied for a localization program manager job in a team that was doing data processing. So I think that's I think always pivot to something that you already know, that you can bring value with your skills, and then you can move forward from there.
Great. Konstantin, do we have time for one more?
I think we should switch on to the next one. We're 5 minutes behind the schedule. So let's thank Alexa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexandru. And the next one is going to be a practical case study in the e-commerce domain, which probably renders itself amazingly to AI. And Nicolas will tell us about making the switch from localization to AI.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me?
Hello. Are you in Montreal?
I am in Berlin now. When we
No,
met,
you're back to Berlin.
it's a
Okay.
very time-limited offer. Yeah, let me share my screen. I'll get started and hopefully catch up a bit on the time.
Very practical approach.
Well, we're all used to this, right? So let's help you out here.
To those
Okay,
who okay,
you should be seeing my presentation now. Okay, so yes, I'm Nicholas. I'm joining as a localization team from Trendyol. And today what I want to talk to you about is like a few project or use cases that we've developed as a localization team using AI. So we use it in different ways to kind of improve the quality of our content or more generally manage our content in multiple languages. So I'll give you some details on some of these key projects, how exactly we've been involved as a localization team. And hopefully I will get to share some key learnings and maybe things we would have done differently or things we want to do in the future. Just a quick background on who we are as a company. So as Olga already mentioned, we're an e-commerce company. We started in 2010 in Turkey. So we used to have all of our content in Turkish only. And a couple of years back, we expanded into Europe. So we added English and German. We added Arabic last year, and then a whole bunch of Eastern European languages. The last one we added now was Ukraine, and there will be more in the future. And as a team, we're 10 people. I would say we're like the typical makeup, I guess. Like we're a mix of people with mostly linguistic or project management backgrounds. So we didn't really come to AI from like a deep tech background. And today I want to focus mostly on our catalog content, our like large scale pieces of content that we need to handle as a localization team. So we're talking about 60 million plus products across thousands of categories. We have pretty much everything. And along with that, we also have lots of user generated content like customer questions about a product and then the answers from suppliers or product reviews. All of that, we want to be serving that in different languages. So we're talking about 10 plus billion translated words, hundreds of millions more every month. And as you can imagine, only a tiny sliver of that ever gets like actual human attention. So like a couple challenges that we face as a localization team who basically own the quality of this localized experience. First of all, I already mentioned it. We have tons of content and it's super diverse. And like this diversity can mean a couple different things. Like it means that the content that gets input from suppliers into our systems can vary a lot in terms of quality. You know, we have some like global brands with very like great content, high expectations, and then we have lots of smaller suppliers, local suppliers, and among all of them, we have suppliers who maybe input not so great data into our system. Think of content that is mapped in the wrong language. Supplier adds 10,000 products and says they're in Turkish, but actually all of that content is in English. That can cause a lot of issues in our systems, or data that is very fragmentary, right? Like a thousand product titles that only say shoes, for example, or only mention a model ID, a product ID. So that's one issue that we need to deal with as a localization team. Another thing is like the sheer diversity of the content itself. And to give you an example of that, you can just look at this picture here, which I love to use as an example. If you didn't know, if you didn't see this picture, you wouldn't know what this product title actually means. We saw these products coming in that were being labeled as frying pans, selfie sticks, phone cases, and whatnot, all of the at the same time. And we really had to actually look at the product pictures to understand that no, the content was actually good quality. It's just the thing itself we couldn't really have thought of. Another thing that we need to deal with a lot when we try to improve the quality of our localized catalog is that often quality issues will happen on a super large scale. a particular mistranslation of a word might happen 100,000 times, but it's going to happen in like slightly different ways, right? So we can't just go out and do a quick search and replace and call it a day. Like we need like a more context-aware solution. Another thing that we need to do often with our content is manipulate it based on requirements that aren't really, strictly speaking, translation quality or linguistic quality. We're talking about things like formatting product titles to match like local expectations. Product titles like don't look the same, are not structured the same in Romanian as they would be in Turkish or in English. We've had also to make changes sometimes to our content to fit with legal requirements. Think of product titles where we're making claims. We say that it's guaranteed to be waterproof or guaranteed to that the color won't fade, and we actually cannot make those claims in all of the countries where we're selling them. So we need to manipulate the content to adapt it. And the last problem I want to mention, that's kind of our trendial problem, is that, as I mentioned, since the company has its origins in Turkey, a lot of our content is created in Turkish. And when we're talking about large language models or even more like classic machine translation engines, they tend to underperform for Turkish. Some features that were used to like injecting terminology into your engine, they don't work so great for Turkish. So we kind of had to find ways there to adapt our workflows to account for that and give us more control on the translation quality. So that's kind of like the big picture that brought us to try and use more AI in our workflows. We were looking for ways to increase the quality of this experience, knowing that there's tens of millions of products out there that may deserve our attention. So how do we do this? How do we improve the quality? How do we maintain the content on a larger scale? One of the first things that we looked into as a team was actually to try and improve the quality of the content that first makes its way into our system in our source language. So we worked with one of our AI providers to implement an AI model that was trained specifically on e-commerce content. And basically this AI model would know things about any products out there that have like a unique identifier. It would recognize what the product is. So the goal there was to try and sanitize a bit, or refine, as we called it, the product titles that enter our system, to make them a bit more complete, add more details, make them a bit easier to translate. Like the goal there being that we don't want to deal with quality issues in 12 languages. We would prefer to do the fix once and then translate. And we did some initial testing. We've been working with that provider to benchmark that model. We found that it was more often than not, it was improving the quality, and when it didn't really make things worse. So we went ahead with this, and some things that we figured along the way was that, ironically enough, like this model was quite sensitive to the quality of the input data, even though the goal was to actually have it improve that quality. And we found out the hard way that we needed to have ways to check for the quality of this AI model. And here you can see some examples of that model going way wrong. A few months in, after we rolled out this text refinement process, we saw that like hallucinations were piling up. So we had like cases like what you see on screen here. By the way, these 3 titles are real examples. One of them, if you want to play the game and tell me what option you think is the right one of these 3 product titles was supposed to go along with these earrings. So long story short, we had to develop automated QA checks to try and capture those cases where the IM model was misbehaving. We had to think much harder about what needs to happen when quality isn't where we want it to be, what it means to be good quality. At some time, looked into the data and we noticed that almost 10% of all the product titles that were fed to the AI model in a period of time were miscategorized as shoes. And you actually have one example of this here, where the model is kind of apologizing for not knowing what this is, but then still says it's men's shoes. We've seen that happen in tens of thousands of cases. And we actually had to pause this model. We decided that, like up until we understand better what's causing this, it was better to not cause any more damage. And one of the root causes that we found afterwards was that it was very sensitive to content fed into it that is where the language is mismapped. So if we were saying that the content was Turkish, but it was actually English, the model might kind of overcompensate and come up with really weird old Ottoman Turkish words to try and create a better product title. So, like I said, like the learnings there is that, the moment that we roll out a process that involves like AI with like a good level of autonomy, you need to have the guardrails in place, the QA checks that I mentioned. You need to have a fallback. Basically, you need to have already thought of your plan B when things go wrong. And another thing that I think is definitely food for thought here is that the way we've implemented that, we basically were not feeding a whole lot of data to the model. We were only feeding it with the initial product title, but we were not giving additional context around, what product category this is or what the product attributes are. And in retrospect, this is like a kind of like shallow use of AI. If you're not actually, you're giving it the power to make some decisions, but you're not actually giving it data on how to make a good decision. So something that we learned to be thoughtful about. Now I'm going to switch to the other side of things when we've like localized all of our content and we kind of want to improve the quality of the experience at scale. Here, it's not necessarily only about how we use AI, but it's about building up our ability to measure the quality of the experience and to learn about issues when they happen. So, as a team, many team members were involved in that effort. We built up our capacity to kind of have these warning signals around quality. So we do some sampling, we work with human reviewers and we look at a subset of our top products to at least kind of take the temperature of how the experience is. But we also do things like looking at the actual storefront, clicking around, testing features. We get feedback from different teams within the organization. And our aim there is to try and centralize this data as much as possible, to structure it, to be able to communicate it to other stakeholders as well, and help us find out about these bigger issues like what I mentioned earlier, like hallucinations or like mass mistranslations. And the place where we've been using AI increasingly is to then make like bulk interventions into our content. So we've all kind of developed as a team the basics of prompt engineering, to explain exactly like what the problem is, to account for different context-specific considerations. If the context is this, do that. If the context is that other thing, do that other thing. We've also had to build up our ability to look for the data, to structure it, to feed it as context to the AI. And another thing that we have been working on is, looking towards the future. We want to improve the quality of our catalog, of course, but we also want to try and avoid issues from happening in the first place if we can. So we've been working with our AI providers to retrain some of their models, to fine-tune them actually. And one thing that came out of it is that we had like some successes in improving the quality overall, but we definitely, noticed that this model fine-tuning business can be like a very involved process. There's many steps to collecting the data, sanitizing it, potentially using AI to generate synthetic data. retraining the model, testing the outputs again. So I think one of the future avenues for us there in trying to improve our quality over time will be to try and close a bit that feedback loop, right? Like to make it easier for us to take good quality inputs and feed them back into the AI like much quicker than what we've done so far. Okay, I'll try to wrap up a bit. So what did it look like for us as a team to start using AI more for our large scale content? Generally, we've found that it was a really great bridge between, basically our super high quality, super context aware, like human translation workflows and the absolute massive scale of machine translation for our entire catalog, right? Basically, it's like the space in between where we can apply our fixes at scale, but also in a way that's sensitive to the context, and that's really important because that kind of opens a space where before we wouldn't necessarily have been able to really make an impact on the content, and now with prompted AI, we're much better able to do that. There's a couple of things that we found out were really critical to make this happen. I've mentioned a couple of times already, if you need to use AI, then you need to be thinking about what context you're going to feed it, how you're going to find it. So a lot of work is involved there in reaching out to other teams, understanding what data they have available, how to structure it, what to store or not to store. A lot of work had to do with quality evaluation. How do we know about problems, and how do we know how big the problems are and which ones we should be focusing on? And like I've mentioned before, we also had to start thinking about what to do when things don't turn out great. What's the unhappy path? What's the fallback that we should be applying when we have issues? And as a team, that's been a bit of a journey. Like I said, we had to all learn new skills when we did that. And I think like the role that's kind of emerging a bit, like in between all of that, is we're like the source of wisdom. We're the ones who know about the domain. We're the ones who know about what sort of quality issues are happening. So we can steer the AI in the right direction. I think Olga was mentioning the data analyst role, like definitely it's become more important as well. We need to go out there and find the data that's needed. We had to let go of going over each and every single row of data that AI is outputting. So we're happy if our interventions make things 90% better, as long as the 10% is not completely garbage. And we had to play with lots of tools. I think there's often like 5 different ways to do roughly the same job. All the tools out there are adding new AI features. And I think basically like it doesn't really matter in the end. We've had lots of things done via Python scripts or directly as an AI feature in our TMS. All in all, I think like what matters there is that you build confidence. You go through iterations, you get a sense of what works and what doesn't. And then I can see us moving towards building more and more like AI solutions, maybe to help us kind of interface between what we know needs to be done and the huge ton of data out there that we're in charge of. And I'm going to stop here. And
Excellent. Thank you, Nicolas. Merci.
yeah.
So my first question would be, I guess, is the grass greener on the other side? Is your localization team under any kind of pressure, or are you just growing in terms of influence and budget within your organization? Do
Are
you
we under
see that
pressure to
3
use
years
AI?
of future is assured for your team?
Uh, I mean, that's a tough one. I would say, I think, I guess you need some creativity. Like one thing that I can say is that with us using AI, there are like entire categories of problems that, maybe were not part of our mental universe before, and now we start thinking about them because we have ways to do something about it. So I would say generally that the grass is greener if you are willing to look out a bit and look for it. I think in an e-commerce environment, with the huge amounts of data that we're looking at and so many ways that things go wrong, I think it's more a matter of us, being creative around finding the ways that we can make a difference.
Olga, do we have any interesting questions from the audience? I see that some questions are coming in.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And I think I'm unmuted. So basic question, what CMS are you guys actually using?
We're using Crowdin, and I didn't mention it too much in the session, but like Crowdin has lots of AI features. You can do like prompt templating in there. So it's actually also been like a nice environment for us to play around. And we've been using AI in some of our smaller scale workflows for UI, UX, etc.
Okay, great. We have another question. Actually, we have a couple more, but Konstantin, please MC us in terms of how many questions we can take. But I think it's a great question. Staging site. Do you have a staging site or a replica of the live site? Do you have a testing playground where you validate your hypothesis? And how do you identify potential errors? And what is your testing process?
Okay, so yes, we do have many environments that are non-production for website. We don't necessarily use them for our purposes of localization quality. So I'm afraid to say that a lot of quality issues that we are detecting with our framework are already live on site for everyone to see.
Well, great. And I'm sure
That's
you
the
have
thing
ways
with
of.
AI. You have to accept the errors. You can't implement it and be error free.
There are a couple more questions. I'll try for two more, and maybe we could just give a quick answer. I think it's a great question. So you mentioned a lot that Turkish can often be a source language, and we know that any kind of starting machine translation, generations of machine translation, and now AI generated content and translation is more challenging for source languages other than English. Have you considered creating English content, which will probably be rendering itself better? Or are you pivoting other techniques that allow you to mitigate potential challenges of Turkish?
Oh, okay. So I could talk about this for a long, long while. I'll try to give you a short answer. A short answer is that yes, some of the content that we are translating starts in English. But the largest portion of everything that we handle, particularly on the catalog side of things, is created in Turkish. So we do use some strategies like pivoting through English. We have teams also out there who are helping us improve the quality of the original Turkish. But no matter what, it's going to be a challenge for the foreseeable future.
A quick
Okay, thank you,
question
Konstantin.
out
Go
of
ahead.
turn. Sorry, I'm breaking in. I like breaking in.
Reckon, go ahead.
With your permission.
Go ahead.
What is the pivotal moment? How did you? I know that 2-3 years ago the team was a translation team, localization team. Now there's a strong AI vibe. What's the pivot? How did you do it? What was the lever that helped you turn the earth around?
I think so generally, as part of like of a bigger organization, as localization team, we sit in on the growth side of things, right? Like we are sitting on the same table as others who are trying to grow the business. And I think one of the things that this has kind of inspired us to do is to look at like very high impact ways to improve the localized experience in all of these languages. And I think that was kind of like the moment when, there was the problem. There was us trying to deal with these large scale issues and just, those tools becoming like more readily available. Some people on the team were inspired to play with it. So I think that was just like this moment when we were like, okay, it's not enough to just take in some requests and deliver them or work on the UI UX. The localized experience is like much more than that. So we're going to need some help to kind of get on top of things.
Olga, my co-organizer Kate tells me that we are getting down the rabbit hole. So Nicolas, I have a ton more questions for you, and I'm sure the audience does as well. Perhaps you can answer in the chat. There's interesting questions about translators and the language quality.
Yeah.
But we need to push on with the time.
Okay, let's proceed. As much as I was dying to ask a question about synthetic data, but okay,
Me too. I'm really interested.
We'll follow up with the chat. I will not, Konstantin. I'm not asking the question.
I'll be around, so I can just answer in the chat if I'm allowed to, and happy to just leave the floor now. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. the next is about managing a GenAI program in-house. So it's about diplomacy. It's about how you present yourself. It's about how you organize your work. It's about more how you become the AI team. We already saw that it is possible with Alex. We saw it with Nicolas. But Paula, Emma, tell us how to do it. How do you get in there and how you build that cloud? You have the full 20 minutes. We'll eat a little bit in the break. There's a strategically placed break, specifically if in case this panel overflows.
Okay.
So don't feel pressured for time. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear. We can see you as well.
Super. I'm gonna start. So, hi everyone. I don't have a long intro, but I'm Paula Manzur. I work with Language AI Strategy, and today I'll be presenting on program management of GenAI in localization projects together with a colleague of mine, Emma Vila. Emma is a senior localization strategist, and she drives many impactful projects for our localization team. And we actually wanted to start sharing what's the current sentiment at Booking.com, because we've been leveraging AI in language strategy for many years now, because we trained our MT engines in the past, and as we know, MT is AI. And we also have a big machine learning team for other use cases outside of language, of course. In which we have access to many internal and also third-party tools that can help us really enhance our productivity and have greater impact in our roles. So this is just to set the scene for the slides that will come next. We are at a time of experimentation. We are encouraged to play with these tools and learn, explore use cases, and adapt our ideas. And we're all embracing AI in order to succeed. Emma now will tell you a little bit more about the content explosion that we are experiencing.
Indeed. Hi, everyone. So yes, like Paula said, we are at a time of content explosion and personalization, because a lot of content is being generated with GenAI in English, in our case. And we actually had a lot of product teams reaching out to us at the beginning of the year with many potential use cases for GenAI. And many of these new use cases that came out of this content explosion, they are related to personalization, right? Like targeting for different segments, like families or couples, for example. So what have we done in localization with all these new content being generated, all these new use cases? Well, we have been testing different prompts and different LLMs for the task of translation. And then we're human evaluating the output of different LLMs. For us, human evaluation is still the golden reference, although we are also looking into other more scalable ways to evaluate the quality of automated translations, but we haven't decided on one just yet. They're all still in exploration. In any case, for any of the use cases that we have been working on, at Booking.com, they all need to go through an AI committee who reviews the idea first, and they give you feedback on it. Then they review it from a legal and security perspective. And once that's all approved, then you can go ahead and work on your use case. It's important to know that for any GenAI use case at Booking.com, it first needs to be proven valid or impactful in English, which is our source language. And only after that is proven to be successful in English, we can then decide to go multilingual. But right now, in our case, going multilingual doesn't mean generating content in other languages, but rather translating it by using GenAI. So content generation for multiple languages is also something that we're exploring for the future. But right now, all the use cases that we have been working on and that we are focusing on are using GenAI for the task of translation. So now I will explain one of these use cases that we have been working on, which is property descriptions. So this project had the goal to validate GenAI as a translation solution for this specific content type, property descriptions. It is embedded within a larger program called Embed AI in Localization. And the difference with this project from other projects from the past is that we didn't just do human evaluations. We did the project management side of things. We proposed a strategy to follow. We worked on the prompt engineering with our machine learning team. So we engage with this project from a wider perspective. I'm going to go now through the 4 main stages of this project from a high level to have an overview. So the first stage, we aligned on the goals with the product team. We also spent some time working on the proposal on how we wanted to tackle this. We took care of all the project management side of things, as I said. So we did the roadmap, the timeline, we set the meetings cadence, we created the project charter, we took care of all the communication with internal linguists, etc. So that gave us a lot of ownership for this project. Then in the second phase, we liaised with the machine learning team and they upskilled us on prompting. We had several sessions with them. They showed us the internal GenAI studio. So it's a testing environment that we had. And they gave us access to it so we could play with it. We also created a specific localization task force for this project with people from the localization quality team, a localization project manager that took care of sending the actual tasks to our linguists, our terminologies, etc. So we had several brains from the localization team working on this. Then came the third part of the project, the hands-on work. We determined the scoring methodology for human evaluations, and Paula will talk more about this later. We also liaised with the analytics team to determine the sample to evaluate, which it had to be statistically relevant. How many property descriptions do we evaluate, right? We worked on the prompt. Again, Paula is going to go more in depth about this. We played with it in the GenAI studio and came up with a final prompt for all languages. And ultimately, of course, we did all the human evaluations of the LLM outputs. Finally, in the project closure phase, we analyzed the results and created the report for the product team on which was the winning LLM per language with a performance score. And now we're at a phase where there will come the time to actually do the experiment live, analyze, and possibly iterate. Okay, so after this high-level overview of the project, Paula will dig deeper a bit more on step number 3, the hands-on work. Paula, back to you.
Thanks. So yeah, let's get into the specifics of the project, which had 3 phases. And this is how we did it. As a source, we had 100 human-written English property descriptions, and we used a prompt for all 43 languages to get the output from 3 LLMs of our choice. The way we discarded 2 LLMs was after a first round of human evaluations, for which we use MQM error categories, but what we do is we use a 1 to 4 error scale. So 1 and 2 are majors and criticals, and 3 and 4 are minors and neutrals. And for us, a whole description, a whole property description or a hotel description is 1 segment. So how we calculate the score is that we count the total number of publishable segments divided by the total number of segments. And this can mean that in 100 descriptions, if 95 are considered publishable, then that's the score. Basically, it's 95%. But this doesn't mean that the description doesn't have errors. It means that it only doesn't have majors or critical errors. But the language professionals still consider that it can be published as it is. So that is phase 1. For phase 2, we sent an extra 175 descriptions for human evaluation again for the winner of phase 1, the winner LLM. And in both phases, humans are the golden standard, so the human evaluation. And after the human evaluation, we looked at the aggregated score, and we agreed with the stakeholder that an experiment will be set up. And the experiment will run for a while before any decisions are made to go full on, like in production. Same as with English GenAI, right? This needs to be proven successful via an experiment first. So these are the results of the project. As you can see, sorry, there are 3 languages in which they are still in evaluation at this moment of the presentation, so we couldn't show you the results. But well, the LLM that won for most languages is Claude, followed by GPT-4o and 6 languages for Mini. And this is a quality threshold distribution. So really didn't want to get into the pass or fail thresholds here. Traditionally, we use 95% as a quality threshold for publishability. So publishability means, okay, this raw LLM can be published as it is without any human intervention. But now we're actually challenging that. And here you can see that 34 languages pass the 85% quality threshold, 33 the 90% threshold, and 26 languages pass the 95% threshold. So it makes sense that it decreases, right? We still need to agree on the details, but the experiment will be set up in a way that we show outputs from different scores to know more about what quality means for the customer, right? To the customer. So now this is a GenAI in localization event. So I am sure that everyone is curious about the prompt that we used. So here it is. It actually took us a while to get here because last year the use of GenAI wasn't so democratized. So it was only our machine learning team who had access to the LLMs and to the playground that we call GenAI Studio. And they were using a simple prompt, like translate this source language into target language, which is fine. Of course, we used to think that the simpler the prompt, the better. But we actually proved that with a more specific prompt, like this one, you can get better results, at least on the first go, and especially for languages like Hebrew or Arabic. So here you can see a system prompt, which defines the role or the behavior that we expect from the model, and then a user prompt, which tells the actual task and what is the expected response. And as I said, we wanted to use only a baseline, so only one prompt for all 43 languages. So, and then we have different CSVs, which contain the source English data, and then all the information that will be used to replace the variables that you see here in curly brackets. And it's actually the use of variables that allows us for flexibility and adaptability for different language requirements, like formality, for example, and without having to have 43 prompts for different languages. So we only have one baseline. So I think we've seen this everywhere, right? By now, prompting is an iterative process. You prompt, you test, you evaluate, refine, and then you repeat. So it's a loop, right? So I'm sure some of you might be wondering why we didn't do any prompt iteration. If you remember the process flows slide, we didn't tweak the prompt after the human evaluation, right? So why didn't we do this? If the whole idea of LLMs is that you can actually work with them, refine the prompt and to get better outputs, that's a benefit, right? So the honest answer is that it is very challenging to prompt for 43 languages if you want to include language requirements. So in order to do this, you need to upskill linguists or language professionals because this is a skill. So it will depend on your company's capabilities. At Booking, we have in-house linguists for most languages. So in order to empower them to do this, we had to train them. And this would have added 3 more months to the timeline. So what we did instead was to form a task force, and we decided to involve our linguists in the prompt creation process, but for the baseline. And at the same time, we prepared clear guidelines for a future training, but also to empower everyone to do prompting. So let me summarize what we did, and I'll wrap up with this. So we wrote the baseline you saw before with all the variables. We ask our linguists for input on, for example, terminology, formality, the tone of voice, and other language-focused areas for property descriptions. And then the task force tested it with 2 low-resource languages, Croatian and Catalan, and 1 high-resource language, Spanish. And since it worked pretty well, we moved on. We did the evaluation, and of course, we found areas for improvement and things that we can tweak and improve about the prompt. For sure, our linguists had many, many suggestions. But the question is it really necessary? If, for example, we got very good results for some languages, we already agreed we'll set up the experiment with different outputs from different quality thresholds. So maybe after we see the results of the experiment, we can tweak the prompt a bit and improve. But actually, there's no guarantee that it will improve the output. So yeah, this is a question that we're still thinking about, because also maybe a linguist can do an evaluation today and then tomorrow, and the result will be different, right? So the question is, who does the iteration and the tests until we're satisfied with the results and they're more consistent? So this is in a nutshell what we did. And now Emma will share like some high-level final takeaways.
Yes, so this is our last slide. And to circle back with my introduction at the beginning, and in order to wrap up, we have summarized what we learned in 3 main pillars. Number 1, be part of the decision. We are in a historical transitional period where the role of localization will likely be redefined, right? That's what we have been discussing so far. And as with every new technology, it's disruptive. So it's a great opportunity to position ourselves as the experts when it comes to GenAI applied in localization. So the advice we would give would be to use these projects to position yourself as a strategic partner within the business. It's always a challenge, and of course, it can very much depend on the position of the localization department within your company, but it is indeed worth a try. Number 2, leverage the opportunity. And in this case, not in terms of positioning yourself as the expert, but in terms of learning. We would advise to invest in upskilling, to do prompt engineering, and to use these projects as learning opportunities. If you think about the use case that we presented, the property descriptions, the product team primarily came to us and wanted to test GenAI as a localization solution for their product, right? But we went beyond that. We were proactive about it. And we used the opportunity to see whether we could experiment with scaling up the evaluation process with LLMs. That's because we believe that more use cases like this may come to us in the future. So scaling the evaluation process with LLMs and start exploring solutions now will potentially make us better and faster for the future. It will position ourselves as great, knowledgeable partners to work with. So apart from working to deliver on what's been asked from us by this stakeholder and for this specific project, parallelly, we worked on that as well. And then number 3, experiment and educate. Because with the hype around AI right now, it's also a great opportunity to become the guardians of localization and educate product teams by telling them that maybe a one-size-fits-all approach may not be always the best, and maybe neural machine translation is still better than LLMs in some use cases, right? So let's not assume that GenAI is the answer to everything. Let's just experiment with it, play with it, let's educate ourselves, and let's educate our stakeholders. So this is it from our side. I'm not sure we have time for questions, but we're happy to answer any that may come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's try. Maybe let's try and take, since we're a little bit behind the schedule, let's try and take one question. And the question would be, obviously, there are different content types that render themselves differently to translation. And if you were to divide your content types into this goes straight to publishing and this still requires human review, what are the criteria and how do you make that decision, and what content types go straight to publishing?
Yes, so we actually have a methodology that we
That's the question
created.
for you, Paula, right?
Yes, it's called Predict methodology. You could go into it's on GitHub. You can go into my LinkedIn profile and download a case study. But basically, it asks questions about the source, about the use case, and it helps you decide how to localize that content, whether with raw machine translation or raw automated translation, post-editing, transcreation. So it's based on the answer to those questions. And of course, content types like guest reviews, which are massive volumes, they have to be raw machine translated. There's no way that that can go through like 66 billion words would go to humans. So, or any other low visibility content is like by default gets assigned machine translation. But of course, there are many other criteria other than predict, which we focus on the source content. We have to take into account volumes, costs, quality, and latency. So we consider all that as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Konstantin, I don't see any more questions unless there is something wrong with my feed.
Okay.
Looks like all questions have been answered. Ladies and gentlemen, such a fantastic presentation, and you are not gracing it with a million questions. I am surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Where are the questions? Well, it's probably because Olga said that we only have time for one. Okay, let's wrap up here maybe for the presentation. Thank you very much. Perhaps more questions will come up. We have 4
Maybe it
minutes
was
for the
very
break.
clear, Konstantin. Maybe it was too clear.
Maybe you were too clear. It was so well prepared and organized.
Or confusing.
No, it was not confusing at all. I could see our work, the same challenges. How do you prompt? What I really liked is that you included the linguist. It looks like Booking doesn't have enough linguists who can prompt. That's a gap in the market. Linguists learn prompting. Come to Paula, come to Emma, and say, "Hey, we can prompt. Why don't you work with us?"
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll take a small break, and Paolo, if you could put up the screensaver. It's my turn to give thanks first for every speaker in this first part, for our media partners, so to the Multilingual, to BureauWorks. I'd like to thank also Espresso Communications that promote the event in Canada, Herman Covey in Austria, Yunji Hamnet in the United States, Stefan Hugh in everywhere. He has so many followers. I'd like to thank AP Portugal, Paulo, Katia, and Gonzalo, the technical team who are supporting us right now. And Jan Hendricks for broadcasting to his channel. Did I say all the things?
Looks like we lost Konstantin briefly again.
I'm here with you. Okay. Olga, where did you lose me? Okay, you can still hear me. Okay, we lost Olga. I was thinking I'm the one here alone. All right. Back to the event. Quick reset. I hope the first presentations convinced you to be a generative AI specialist in localization, to make the jump. Right? We probably covered the idea of what to do. Change the narrative. It's a lot of the same skills that you have, slightly different angle, maybe another skill, and you're in. And suddenly the future looks brighter, and it's not as rainy as in Prague today, but it's sunny as in Portugal. Now it is time to pass to the question of not why and what, but how. And we will have now two topics. One is evaluation, where we will look at the data tools. Particularly, Micaela is on screen right now, and Alex and Hareesh are on screen right now. These, ladies and gentlemen, they represent the tools, how to work with data, how to annotate. And then we have the engineering session on how to prompt and how to weave generative AI into your workflows. I know many of you have come here today specifically to see how GenAI appears in CAD tools. The program doesn't cover that this time. We are moving beyond into the GenAI and into the data. So hopefully you will find these new topics interesting, perhaps discover that are things that you didn't know existed, and suddenly they're very relevant to the next 3 years in the profession. All right, with this, I think it's time for me to stop the break. It was so short, 2 minutes or 3, and introduce our next topic. And the first person to present would be Mariya. Mariya, are you here with us? Yeah. But unfortunately,
The link?
you have somebody
Yes.
else's name.
Oh,
Let's
it's very
let's
interesting.
you have somebody else's link. So please welcome on
Yes.
stage Mariya Shmatova from Toloka AI. Toloka is a company which works on data sets, but Mariya has a wider portfolio of responsibilities and activities. Mariya, you work also on the WMT competition and in research and in partnerships, right? So you're there in a world of data, linguistic data, how it is made, how it's evaluated. And tomorrow you have a workshop with Gemma Ramirez Sanchez. Looking forward to that. What is the topic that you present to us today? Today, the session is about trends and new stuff. So what would you like to amaze us with?
Yeah. Let me share the screen. Do you hear me now?
Yes, everything's
Yes,
working.
cool.
Olga has reappeared. Olga, you're back, right?
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely back.
Okay. It looks like you lost me, but we lost you. So now it's
Here we
so
are.
fun
Now
to
we're even.
find you back again.
One, back again.
Okay. Mariya, now you're have a correct name, but still the wrong company. You're in Toloka, not RWS. So I'll ask Paolo to update this. And if you're ready, we can share the screen and begin the presentation.
Yes. Let's start sharing. I guess everything's okay. Can you see it?
Everything's okay?
Cool.
You're clear to go.
So, yeah, thank you. So my topic here today is how we go from machine translation to multilingual GenAI, what to expect and how to evaluate it. It's important for us in WMT, and I'll talk a bit about general things and a bit about what are we doing this year in WMT. In addition to all our traditional tracks, of course.
Mariya, I think we need to restart the screen share. We see you present on slideshow, but not actually the slideshow.
Oh, I guess then maybe I can share PDF because I guess something is
You have
not.
prepared a backup plan. That's always good.
Yes, yes, because it always goes not very good with all this PowerPoint stuff. Yes.
There we go. Fantastic.
Cool. Cool.
Let's begin with evaluation.
Yes. So what's up? We see that GenAI absorbs a machine translation as a function and as a service. So it's not something dangerous, I guess. It's new reality when large language models try to cover all the functionality, and especially machine translation as a very necessary task for any person in the global world, I guess. So that's why we started thinking about what to do with all of this, because machine translation from isolated tool went to be integrated capability. Translation actually becomes one of the instructs for LLMs. You now need to tell LLM to translate, and you can formulate this prompt. We listened to the previous talk by Paula that we can use different master prompts to prompt LLM to translate, but translation can be not a separate thing, but also a part of a broader conversational and reasoning system. So you can ask LLM to translate and to reason at the same time, translate and explain, translate and reformulate, and many more, including visual context and so on. But also with this, translation becomes more manageable. You can ask to translate in particular style, in particular way, and in particular language variant, for example. But since skills grow, quality expectations from users and also from research community actually also grow. It's not enough to be fluent and accurate for the translation. It should be more human-like. It should be. It should cover all the scenarios and so on. So what then? To provide expected quality for expected capabilities, AI models should be really multilingual, not English-centric, as we are used to first years of GPT, for example. For now, more and more models are multilingual. And that's why we need more multilingual training data of high quality, especially for low-resourced languages, as usual, and more multilingual benchmarks and evaluation criteria adjusted for language and cultural specificity. Because expectations grow, so should grow benchmarks, and so should grow evaluation methods. And to highlight all these needs and to focus on multilinguality in large language models, we at WMT launch a multilingual instruction shared task. And it will be only for large language models. Our general machine translation task is usually for machine translation systems, but this will be for large language models. The first one will be pure machine translation by LLMs. We will try to compare them with a traditional machine translation, but to make tracks separate. And also we want to challenge models on linguistic reasoning. Maybe some of you know what are linguistic problems which are given in different strange languages, different low resource languages, and people, usually students, try to reason and to find out what's the right word in this language based on given information. Also, we will have open-ended generation. It's about instruction tasks, combined translation with something. And also we encourage participants to build LLM-as-a-Judge for multilinguality. It's also a challenging thing, given that we are used to do it only in English and a couple of high-resourced languages. And we will do it for 28 languages, both high and low resourced. Here is the link. You can read about our track. And if you are researchers or you know some researchers who want to challenge themselves, welcome to participate, to submit, and to find out how good systems are in November or at EMNLP. So what are the challenges for evaluation based on what I have told? The first challenge we face with LLMs is output variability. LLMs are non-deterministic, so we sometimes need to evaluate more than one run, not for everything, but for some cases, just to be aware that we don't meet some horrible hallucinations or some unsafe content or some errors. Also, large language models always deal with broader context and have broader context sensitivity. So we should evaluate long context and sentence by sentence evaluation and even paragraph by paragraph evaluation for now is not enough to capture the context and to capture all the context related errors which can happen. Also, we should mind hallucinations. It is a common thing for large language models, especially when we talk about low resource languages. Large language model tends to find out, to make up some words, but not say it doesn't know it. So you try to translate to some low resource language, and you get a very hallucinated pattern with made up words. So it should be taken into account. And the last but not least, task specificity. Every subtask needs its evaluation approach and its benchmarks, its criteria, and so on. So we broaden our borders in machine translation and make more evaluation methods and evaluation and benchmarks for evaluation. Also, all good computational metrics are completely not enough. That was in neural machine translation already, but now it is no go. So we need to use either custom human evaluation or large language model as a judge evaluation. And as pros for custom human evaluation, we can always guarantee expert quality and also have direct insights to implement to our model. And but it is very expensive and time consuming always. As examples, we can suggest MQM-based approach to quality to evaluation and ECA-based approach. It was the metric we introduced at latest WMT, or side-by-side comparison, which is also good enough but needs more attention. Why I'm saying something based approach? It's because we don't use traditional frameworks, but adjust them to LLM cases. And as for LLM-as-a-Judge evaluation, it is as pros, we can say that when LLM-as-a-Judge is well prompted and set up, it could be run fast and with relatively good quality. We also usually use meta benchmarks to evaluate LLM-as-a-Judge itself for its quality. But we, as a cons, we always need predefined benchmarks and also trusted LLM-as-a-Judge. In research community, people tend to use GPT-4 as LLM-as-a-Judge, but it's also it's always also not so cheap. Also expensive, not so expensive as people actually, but expensive. And also, as for low resource languages, I already mentioned that it's a challenge to train LLM-as-a-Judge for low resource languages. So we need to make some efforts here to get cool LLM-as-a-Judge. And as an examples, we can talk about reference-free judgments or reference-based judgments or rubric-based judgments. So we can prompt LLM-as-a-Judge to answer some questions about the translation without any reference, with a golden answer, or with rubric-based rubric criteria, where we can highlight the words, for example, which should for sure be in this translation, or some words which should not appear, and so on. So I guess that's all what I wanted to present today. Thank you so much for being here and for listening.
Thank you, Mariya. We still have 5 minutes, so let me perhaps connect a little bit the what is happening in the scientific world to. Oh my God, so many likes, ladies and gentlemen! I'm expecting as many questions as you have posted likes. So please shoot away. So, Mariya, what is happening is that the group of scientists that has been evaluating machine translation for quite a few years, have 10 or 15 years, right? Consistent evaluation, which is the best model?
20. 20 years. WMT is 20 years this year.
Right. They are now switching. They're saying, hey, let's go after more AI. Let's expand our activities, methodologies. We are the people who know how to evaluate machine translation. The same method can be applied across multiple use cases. So is it the only effort in getting out the information which model is the best for which task? How does it compare, for example, with LLMs and the other initiatives in this area?
I guess it's not the only effort. Our effort is going from MT to LLMs as a like experimental expansion. Why we did this? Because last time many people asked for it. Like many researchers wanted to either train LLM for translation, but not a traditional translation system. And they asked for it, and we found out that sometimes traditional machine translation systems and generative AI translation systems are not comparable in terms of metrics we usually use. So we tried to make a separate track for these people who want to challenge their LLMs to translate to many languages. Also, this type of track helps us to expand to as many languages as we want and as we can do benchmarks.
Thank you. Olga, would you like to ask a question? I think we have 4 or 5 now that are specifically relevant to Mariya's presentation.
I think there's a question that probably like to ask is, in what situations have you found LLM as a judge approach to work better than a human? I think I'm unmuted, right? And we've spoken, Joao touched a little bit about correlation with human direct assessment. And there are a lot of questions around which one is better, which one is worse. So what's your take on that?
I can say that statistically speaking, I don't have enough data to say that it's better and that's worse. But I can say that sometimes, because of human factor, people tend to miss some errors, and LLM-as-a-Judge tends to find them. But it is more relevant for high-resource languages, because for LLM-as-a-Judge, it's working much better for high-resource languages, as typical LLM actually. So low-resource languages are not for now. LLM-as-a-Judge, from my point of view, doesn't suit to low-resource languages, but we will have participants who will specialize on it, who will be specialized on it, and maybe we will find out that in November we will have LLM-as-a-Judge, which will be very good for Masai, for example.
Interestingly, you answered 2 questions in one, because the next question would have been, what do you do with low-resource languages? So I guess all the great minds think alike, and we do know that low-resource languages are a challenge equally for translation and for evaluation. Konstantin, any other questions? We still have a little bit of time, I believe. Any other questions that you would like to ask?
Well, obviously, there's a question: how do you train an LLM to act as a judge? So perhaps you can disambiguate here, and we do have Micaela's presentation specifically on this topic. Mariya, perhaps you could give us a little bit of an explanation.
Yes.
LLM as a judge.
Okay. Usually, it's more about prompting than on properly training. There are best practices in research community. I mentioned that people tend to use GPT-4 for LLM-as-a-Judge for some reasoning tasks, more in English actually, because the more papers in LLM-as-a-Judge area are about some tasks in English, some mathematical tasks, some reasoning tasks, and so on. So we get some assumptions from the research community and test it, and then prompt it in the right way. Usually we use some master prompt and then go to evaluate. Yeah.
Konstantin, you seem to be muted.
Yes, so no training is required, only prompting. Let's take the last question. Perhaps to follow up, I can see 4 upvotes on Michelle's question. LLM as a judge, isn't there a conflict of interest in LLM being both the translator and the judge of translations? Seems more like judge, jury, and the executioner.
Yes, this is very often, this question often arises in the research community. Also, we tend to use as LLM as a judge a different model. We tend not to use the same model as a translator and as a judge. This is the most frequent case. How is it used?
So you put ChatGPT on one side and Claude on the other, and then let them fight to the death.
Maybe different versions of ChatGPT is also okay. That's why people use GPT-4, for example, to judge GPT-4o. LLM as a judge doesn't need to be a good reasoner. It does need to be a good in factology and instruction following.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Tomorrow we'll hear more from you on different methods, and you'll basically give a toolkit to the translation localization people on how to evaluate with all the inter-annotator agreement in their sampling distribution. So looking forward to that. And for now, thank you very much. Let's give the stage to Alex and Hareesh, and they'll present the Lumigator tool, which is what oh wait, I'm wrong, sorry. First Micaela. Sorry, I've been on the stage organizing for a couple of hours already, so forgive me. Micaela, you go first.
Thank you, Konstantin. Hi, everybody.
Thank you for being here, and I'm very excited that you join us. Micaela, you work at Human Signal, which is the company developing Label Studio, a environment where people can annotate and do all kinds of data work.
Exactly.
We've been working with you for, I think, 2 years already to label machine translation quality, and finally, and I'm so happy that you're here. We can be in one event together. Very excited.
Me too. Thank you so much, Konstantin, for the wonderful introduction. Can everybody see my screen okay? Does that look good? Perfect. The previous presenter did a really great job introducing this concept of LLM as a judge. And today I'm going to talk about how you can use LLM as a judge in the human evaluation of model performance, what's good, what's bad, what you need to be careful about. So you might be familiar with an annotation situation that looks like this, where you have a big spreadsheet that has some metadata and the source text and the machine translation output, along with who the annotator is, the quality score, the error categories, all in one big spreadsheet that can be a little bit challenging to read and a little bit challenging to go through. But I'd like to present to you a world in which it could look like this, where you see just one task at a time with your star rating category that you can give it with an optional comment. And Label Studio allows you to do this kind of tool, and it's completely customizable so that whatever evaluation you'd like to be doing, you can do. And we know that humans take time to go through these types of projects. It takes a little while for them to read, for them to translate, for them to think. And so models like LLMs present a great opportunity for us to speed up this process. However, using an LLM as a judge can often result in a situation like this. I know we just had a question about it, where you have one model judging its own output and everyone's sort of pointing at each other, and it's a little bit of a circular situation. But there are some pros and cons here. So the pros of using LLM as a judge, it's often faster and cheaper than humans, although it can be expensive depending on what model you're using. It's still probably cheaper than the humans that would be doing your evaluation. It can handle a case where a rule-based approach for evaluation wouldn't necessarily work. So if you can't do a direct one-to-one translation, or if you can't give it just a direct, correct answer, these kinds of models are really good about that. And LLM as a judge is scalable and explainable. You don't need to hire more people if you want to get a bigger project. LLMs can sort of explain their reasoning. They have rationale in some ways that it might be a little bit easier to check than humans are. All of that said, there are some problems with LLM as a judge. The first is that they present a number of biases. So the first is position bias. So if you ask a model to choose between 2 or 3 or 4 different things, sometimes the LLM-as-a-Judge will pick the first thing to be the best thing because it is the first thing and not because it is actually better. Similarly, there's verbosity bias, where the longest thing is the best thing because it is the longest and not because it is the best. And then there's self-enhancement bias, which we mentioned in a previous conversation, where whatever the LLM wrote is the best because it tends to pick things that look like what it itself might have written. And all of these things make LLM-as-a-Judge somewhat unreliable in your system. Additionally, there are some open questions that the research world is still trying to figure out about how well do LLM-as-a-Judge mimic a human. If we're trying to replace or augment human annotators, how well is the LLM going to do with respect to a human? We don't really know. And there's not a great way to automatically understand that without doing some human annotation. Additionally, we know that many LLMs are trained on the whole of the internet, which is great. They have a lot of context about the world. But if you're working on something specific, maybe in a specific domain or with a low resource language, the LLM might lack the context it needs to execute your task correctly. So if you're doing machine translation and you're working with a low resource language, if the LLM doesn't understand the model that you're using or the language that you're using, it's not going to be able to do a good job. And this makes LLM-as-a-Judge kind of unreliable in a lot of ways. So the question is, how do we audit LLM-as-a-Judge? How can we be sure that our model, we have confidence in the output of our judge models so that we can make sure that we're doing the right thing and getting high quality data? The first is to use a human-created test set. If you're familiar with machine learning or the traditional path of machine translation evaluation, you might be very familiar with this process. Human-created test sets allow us to compare LLM-as-a-Judge with our human raters. This gives us a really good sense of how well the model compares to a human. This can aid in our prompt tuning situations. As we have like a really good understanding of how a human might do, we can improve our LLM-as-a-Judge prompt. And a deep understanding of our data by working in a human-created test set helps us understand where our models are doing well and where they can improve. And this applies both to our translation models or whatever model it is you're evaluating, as well as our evaluator models. The second thing we can do is check for multiple types of correctness. So here we're looking at a different project in Label Studio where we're looking at a RAG response. This could be anything. So this could be a machine translation task, whatever it is. You want to look for things like relevancy, accuracy, clarity, and more. So in the case of machine translation, you might want to prompt your LLM-as-a-Judge to provide its rationale, provide its reasoning, ask it to explain why it made decisions about formality or gender, so that you can really understand where it's coming from. Because checking for multiple types of correctness allows us to better understand how our model is operating and where we might need to change our prompts. And finally, we have this approach called LLM-as-a-Jury that you might have heard of. LLM-as-a-Jury is coined in a paper in 2024 by Verga et al. Called Replacing Judges with Juries, evaluating LLM generations with a panel of diverse models. And the idea here is that multiple heads are better than one. So if you take a look at this chart on the screen, you'll see that we have a change in accuracy on the y-axis and the judge method on the x-axis. And there's a dashed line at 0. And basically what we're looking at is for each different evaluation judge, we can see that the different models have a very different change in accuracy. And so by averaging multiple models or the same model multiple times, we can get a better understanding of what's more likely to be close to a human score to help us better understand. This is because judge models are generative AI in general is generative, and so we don't necessarily get the same answer every time. But as we've sort of talked about for the whole session today, we know that their challenges inherent in AI model evaluation are broad. And sort of in general, we end up sort of on this spectrum where when we're looking to compare models or evaluate our models, we have fully manual on one side of the spectrum, which is going to give us the gold standard for accuracy because you can train your humans, you can have expert humans, you can have linguists, but humans are expensive because they cost time and money. So that's one side of the spectrum. And on the other side of the spectrum, we have this fully automated path whereby you want to use just an LLM as a judge to sort of score your machine translation. But this is going to be efficient, but less reliable than humans, especially in your low resource languages. So we recommend that the best solution here is a hybrid approach that sort of combines a fully manual approach with that combines a fully manual human approach with this automation. And tools like Label Studio can absolutely help you do that. So I wanted to make a quick plug for Label Studio. It's an open source data labeling tool. You can find us at labelstud.io. It's a very funny name, but terrible for marketing. And as an open source data labeling platform, we allow you to host your own instance. So we won't touch your data, and you can create UIs that look like the one I showed at the beginning to make your labeling easier than ever before, cleaner than ever before, and much easier to work with both for your evaluators and for your annotators. We also, in a multitude of ways, allow you to integrate directly with LLMs. So you can sort of evaluate your LLM as a judge right in the product, or compare against human ground truth and all kinds of things like that. Tomorrow during the workshops, my colleague Sherry and I will be running a whole tutorial about how to do machine translation evaluation with LLM as a judge in Label Studio. So we really hope you join for that. Yeah, and that's sort of a brief overview of LLM as a judge, its pros, its cons, and what you need to be careful of. Here are some sources that I used in case you're interested in reading the papers that these come from. And at this point, I know I went through that kind of fast. So we'll take some questions. I know I see some in the chat. Olga, I don't know if you want to ask them or if I should ask them of myself.
I see you're a strong, independent speaker. Would you like to ask the question yourself for a change? And maybe Olga can help. I'll step back.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask the question. Pick a question. Ask a question.
Great. So I see a question here. LLM as a jury sounds amazing. An issue I normally have is that I can't get engineers allocated to develop something like this. Could I create an LLM as a jury myself with no coding skills or very basic coding skills? The answer to that is absolutely yes. You absolutely could create it with very little coding skills. If you join our workshop tomorrow, my colleague Sherry and I will be demonstrating a tool in Label Studio called Prompts. Prompts allows you to, in a basically no-code environment, connect to an LLM, and it will take your project that you create in Label Studio, which is also a very low-code environment. We use sort of a proprietary HTML proxy, so it's very well documented. We have lots of examples, and we'll provide you with a sample project tomorrow, so no need to worry about that. You'll write the prompt in plain English or whatever language you're using. And we take care of all of the coding on the back end to call the LLM, run the prediction, and return the results to you into Label Studio, where you can go through and manually evaluate those either with a human. We also, if you have already provided human ground truth evaluations for your translations, we can automatically give you metrics like precision, recall, accuracy on those to help you get a lot of confidence in your models. So I hope that answers your question. And I hope you join us tomorrow. I have another question here: how to create diversity between LLM jury members beyond using different models. I think temperature settings are a really great way to do that. So a lot of models give you options to change the temperature, which is about how different your answers are going to be run to run. And changing the temperature can help you mimic using different models. You could also change the prompt or ask the LLM to give a variety of answers. Sometimes asking it to give 2 or 3 answers is helpful in that way. It depends what you're evaluating, and it depends what your goals are in that evaluation. I see another question here. So overcoming the issue of having different answers to the same question is just an asking more and averaging. It can be. I think averaging is a great way to sort of get sort of a consensus model. The idea behind LLM as a jury is that you're sort of trying to get to that consensus. The idea is that if multiple models give the same answer, it's more likely to be the right answer. Or if the same model gives the same answer on different temperature settings, it's more likely to be the right answer. But you can also evaluate your prompt differently. But yeah, in short, it's essentially about asking more and averaging more. I said fully human is best, but LLM find errors that humans miss. Would human assisted by LLM be the best evaluation? I would say absolutely yes. I think that LLMs on their own, as we talked about today, are not necessarily fully reliable, especially in low resource languages. Humans in an ideal world are experts and they'll catch everything, but we know that that's not true. And humans tend to make mistakes and miss things. So I think that a benefit of using this like prompting situation is that you can have a human check the work of the LLM. And by putting the two heads together, you're likely to catch all the mistakes.
If I can augment this question, just quick question. There is a little bit of study saying that, or there is some study out there saying that that can precondition the human, if an LLM. So how do you solve for that, for the precondition?
It certainly can
already
precondition the
basic-
human. I think it's a matter of really training your humans and talking to them. I think the benefit that humans have over models is that we can talk to them and we can think for ourselves and we can use critical thinking and we can have conversations. And I think that you want to let your humans do what humans are good at. And I think humans are really good at critical thinking and at rationale. And I think that even though the model might precondition a human, and there might be some nuances that the human is then preconditioned to understand, maybe formality, things like this. I do think, sort of in general, that the model is going to help speed up the human and let the human do what the human is good at instead of taking their time doing things that a model is perfectly capable of doing.
Great. Thanks a lot.
I just wanted to plug in a free testimonial for you, Micaela. Custom MT team has been evaluating machine translation with Label Studio for 2 years, and we built our own tool for the blue scores and the where there are rates for automated computational metrics. But when we do human evaluation, we typically set up everything on Label Studio, and we were able to do multilingual, 15 languages, 40 languages projects with MQM typology, different rankings, and the recent typology, which Mariya has been speaking about, error span annotation, which removes the this, like this is an accuracy error, this is a fluency error, just puts a marker. Here is the error, and this is serious, right? It's a much simpler methodology. So very valid and excellent customizable path to scaling up evaluations. I think if we circle back to Paula's presentation, she said that scaling up prompting evaluation is difficult, but if you build up the tooling, it becomes easier. And so thank you for building such a great platform for us and making it open source.
Absolutely.
If I can actually add to, if I can add to the plug for Label Studio, been an avid user for years. Started with labeling and annotating data for dataset creation and equally passionate about it. Love the tool, especially the extensibility of the label set. Basically, you can pick your own labels and you can use it for whatever the task you need. So here's another one.
I love that. And part of what I love about Label Studio as well is that you can combine all of these things together. So if you're trying, as Konstantin said, to do machine translation with error span analysis, you can do both in one task in a really clean, understandable UI that's going to give you data that's really easy to work with. You can also have multiple people do the same task. You can have people and models do the same task. You can get your agreement metrics right in the product in some of our paid tiers. You can calculate them yourselves in our free tier. And I think, yeah, it's a great tool. We hope you join us tomorrow for a more in-depth explanation. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
And we hope that you stay with the localization industry and build more into our area, because there's still a lot of work that can be done.
Absolutely.
With this, thank you, Micaela. Thank you very much. And let's look at another new tool, this time introduced by Mozilla AI, specifically to evaluate the quality of machine translation. So Alex, Hareesh, you are making important innovation, also open source, for the localization community to become more AI community, more data driven, and showing that machine translation is good or bad based on data. Very exciting development. And take it from here.
Cool. Thanks for having us. Excited to be here. And today we'll be talking a little bit about Lumigator, which is our open source evaluation tool. At the end, I'll share some other projects, but the primary focus will be on Lumigator and talking through how to run evals and some specifics around that space. So I will just share my screen in a minute and then give a brief presentation and then hand it over to Hareesh to do a bit of a demo, and we'll go from there. 1 second.
Would like to know more about the mission of Mozilla AI and what is Mozilla AI. Most people don't know.
Yeah, that's a great lead-in because that is exactly my first couple slides. 1 second. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So Mozilla AI we're kind of a separate entity from the Mozilla Foundation and Mozilla itself. So if you're unfamiliar, Mozilla's primary product is Firefox and then Thunderbird. Our mission is to make AI trustworthy, accessible, and open source. We're focusing on building products and projects that are open source oriented. Mozilla has a pretty strong legacy around building open source tools, and we're excited to kind of contribute to that space when it comes to AI also. Lumigator is one of our early products and projects that's open source. It's a platform that guides us through the process of selecting the right language model for specific needs. So this tool is a little bit more technical. I would say if you're familiar with Python and working with Python, definitely a bit more suited for that type of users, but works with AI and LLMs. It's not like pure research, but it's a good tool and it's very extensible and customizable to your needs. Yeah, and the whole point of Lumigator, and you could see the project there, is to make model evaluation easier. And one kind of unique differentiator we have is we're infrastructure agnostic. So you're able to run everything locally. That includes we have support for local models too. It could be ran in a cluster or in the cloud. And then we have a lot of integrations with existing tools and tool chains that allow for easy interoperability. And then you have also a lot of different options when it comes to serving this tool. So there's an API, there's a Python SDK, there's also kind of a front end for those who don't necessarily want to dive deep into the API or SDK. And because it is open source, it's very extensible and easily customizable to fit your needs. So you're able to kind of some of the first use cases we're supporting are around like eval for summarization and translation. So there's options to kind of connect to your cloud provided APIs, like anything from OpenAI, Claude, etc. It could be self or locally hosted LLMs via like Ollama, Llama or other sort of like locally loading tools, and any model supported by Hugging Face model hubs. And the current metrics we're supporting are the Blue, Meteor, Comet, and then we also have a LLM-as-a-Judge functionality that we'll be showing in a little bit. This is the web UI. It's fairly straightforward where you kind of can have data sets and experiments, and you could run your experiments, and it could be run locally or through the cloud. And this is the Python SDK, and Hareesh will go a little bit more deeply into both of these. And this is the fun part. So I'm going to stop sharing and hand it off to Hareesh, and he will kind of walk through the actual tool itself.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I'm going to share my screen. So I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, all good.
Yes. Okay, great. Thanks. So yeah, I'm Hareesh. I'm a machine learning engineer here at Mozilla AI. And yeah, I'm happy to present to you this tool, Lumigator, that we have been building. And this is how the front end, the UI looks like. And this is a way for people who are like less familiar with like Python or like with coding to be able to like interact with Lumigator. And the way you would begin the setup would be by going to like settings. And then if you would like to use models from different API providers, like for example, Mistral or like OpenAI, you would like insert your keys here. And this would be like the first point of contact with Lumigator. And then the idea would be like to upload a data set and then run an experiment. So let us look at how this is done concretely. So in this case, since we are dealing with translation, I have a very simple translation data set going from English to Spanish. And once you upload the data set, you have the UI to be able to like interact with it. You can view the data set. In this case, it is just a toy data set consisting of like examples, which is like the source sentence and the target sentence in the Spanish language, which is the ground truth. And then with the experiment, we would be able to like create a column which is called predictions, where you would have like different models and then compare the predictions of the different models across different metrics. So then once you go to the experiments tab, you would begin your like process by creating an experiment. In this case, let's say localization conference, and then like describe the experiment, which is just something for your reference. And you can have it as anything which is meaningful to you, which can be like later modified as well. And then the dataset, which from the list of datasets, it shows the one that you uploaded the most recently, and then you can get started with that. And what you have as next is the maximum samples. Essentially, if you have a large dataset, but then do not want to like run the entire eval in one shot, like maybe you can just start with testing out like a few set of models. Say I want to just run it on like 4 samples. Essentially, this dataset is small. It has only 5, but I can specify I want to run it on the top, the first 5 or 4 samples. And as Alex mentioned, we have use cases which are like summarization and translation that are supported. And when I select translation, it prompts, asks me for what is the source and target language. And in this case, my source language is English and my target language is Spanish for this data set. And I would basically like the LLM to generate the predictions in Spanish. So then you come to this particular screen, which essentially has like a set of like pre-populated models you can like use for the translation use case, but you also have the option to like add new models. So if we were to work with these set of models, say if I want to use a multilingual many-to-many model from Facebook M2M 100, so this is the model that I would select. It is as easy as like selecting that model, and then I say like run, and this would start the runs for those models. And so the runs essentially happen like in your like local environment if you are testing this locally, but at the same time, like Alex mentioned, this can be like hosted on like a Kubernetes remote server, and you can like have the compute running over there, but still have this like UI or control panel on your local, so that it is easy for playing around with the UI. And as you can see, the experiments are running, and here there is like the options to view the logs. So basically, this allows you to see like what is the state of the experiments at the moment it is running. But while it is running, I think I can also show you like an additional feature, which is like you can add a new model to the current experiment. So imagine like I would still like to run another version of GPT 4.0 mini, but this time I would like to configure it. Say that I would like to make a specific prompt. Let's say the prompt is something like, you are an expert translator. Please translate the sentence from English to Spanish. with a formal tone. So basically, as we saw in the previous two talks, that the prompt engineering part is like extremely important. So this text box gives you the opportunity to play around with the prompts. And then of course you can modify the temperature and any other of the like model parameters that I mentioned here. So if I run this one as well, you can see that it gets added to the list of runs that are already present in the UI. And since this run is taking a bit longer, what I can do is like I can go back and show you like a run that has been successfully completed and what the completion looks like. So this is the run that has been completed, and you can see that there are like 4 models that ran, and all of them have been like successfully completed. One of the model, for example, had a different prompt. And then if I view the results view has essentially like this table, which has like overall metrics across different models. So at the moment, this is like 3 metrics for translation: Meteor, Blue, and Comet. And if you are like interested in looking at the individual example by example and how the translation looks for those cases, and that is also possible for each individual model or each individual run. And then you can look at the very fine-grained metrics as well. So if I go back, yeah, so this is still running. Oh yeah, okay, this is finally completed. So we can do the same thing for the completed run as well. So that's the general idea, and this is how you would interact with the UI. But as Alex mentioned, we also do have a way, if you want to have like more control to do this like via a Python SDK. And this is just a demo notebook, which is like made available in the GitHub repository that I linked in the chat earlier. And I can like quickly walk you through this like demo notebook, and the steps essentially are the same, but it is just doing this from a code interface. So here we're just checking like if the model which is hosted locally is like active on the platform. And I think like Mariya mentioned about like the efforts of WMT, which has been actually great in terms of like collecting these data sets and curating them. And here I'm using this WMT 24++, which is from, I think from February. And the idea is to have these data sets because the models that I'm going to test were released much earlier than the dataset release. So hopefully it is not in the training data for these models, and hence we can have like a more fair evaluation. And the dataset has like multiple language pairs, and here I'm interested in like the English to German language pair, and I am going to show. So this is how the dataset looks like, a few examples of like what the source sentence and the target sentence is, and then we would like to predict translation, which looks somewhat similar to this. And the process is similar, as I mentioned, like the first step would be to like upload the data set, and then next to create an experiment and specify like the definition of the task to be translation, and the source and language and the target language to be English and German, which I have like configured earlier, and then give a name to the experiment and so on. And the next part is, I think, the most important here, which is kind of like trying to configure your work, the model run. And in some cases, you might want to have like a custom prompt. And if you don't provide one, Lumigator by default assigns a prompt detecting like what task you have selected, like the translation, and what language pairs is configured. And you can also do like a batch inference by specifying like a batch size. And there is like these metrics, which are like specific for translation. And from the previous talks, we also got introduced to LLM-as-a-Judge, and Lumigator offers this this interface to have like LLM-as-a-Judge metrics. And specifically, we are using this GEval, which is from this 2023 paper. And the idea is to use like LLM-as-a-Judge with a GPT-4, which has like reportedly like good human alignment. And with the LLM-as-a-Judge, so I would run this. And so with LLM-as-a-Judge, the options are that you can specify like individual criteria as to what the judge should evaluate. So these are like 2 criteria for translation, like consistency and fluency of the output. And in this case, the criteria is like described much in detail and what would be the steps taken by GPT to evaluate the like assigned criteria. And this is done both for consistency and for fluency. And this is like provided to you, but there is also an option to like override this this file, which allows you to modify your instructions or like criteria or add even a new criteria. And
let's leave a couple of minutes for questions, gentlemen.
yeah, sure. So I'll just finish it with like once the evaluation is done, like once the like results are available, you will see the same thing on the experiment UI because these are like connected, and the information can be like viewed here as well as from the notebook, which looks something like this. So at this point, I'll stop and then we can take some questions.
Thank you very much for the demonstration. It's been very technical and aimed at developers. So for those of us who want to evaluate machine translation professionally, as you can see, there are many options on the market. Human evaluations with labeling and Label Studio, automated evaluations with Lumigator. It's possible to download all these tools and deploy them yourself. Or let me plug in CustomMT. You can work with CustomMT to deliver these evaluations with computational or human metrics. Let's proceed to the questions. My first question would be, could you tell us a little bit why Mozilla is developing this and what is Mozilla AI, right? We didn't cover this, maybe in a couple of sentences.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, like eval is a core part of like the workflow for GenAI, and I think a bit underserved and not necessarily strong like open source solutions. And that was kind of like the fundamental thesis around Lumigator is there needs to be more open source oriented solutions for evaluation across the board, and also solutions that had like multiple different options when it came to deployment. So it's like self-serve, running locally, can easily be clustered. That's kind of our logic. I mean, and ultimately, like at Mozilla AI, we're really about building tools and projects supporting the open source ecosystem around generative AI.
Thank you. Olga, why don't you take over the questions? We have this nice dynamic now. I ask some question out of turn, breaking the order.
Completely breaking the flow, yes.
And you put us back on track.
Fantastic. Yeah, I see a question from Sylvia. And actually, I would be probably asking the same question. Is your sample a sentence? If I'm not mistaken, what we saw in the tool so far has been on a sentence or segment level. Can it be a document? Can it be document level sampling?
Yes, for sure. Like, so the data set that you upload can contain like sentences, or even it can contain like whole paragraphs. So we expect the data to be like in a certain format, but the size of the text is not like limited by us.
Great, thank you. And another follow-up question about ground truth. There could be multiple translations, right? And if you evaluate with Blue, Meteor, sometimes you have multiple references. So how do you select the ground truth if you have several good translations for the same translation?
Yeah,
several good references.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And with certain metrics like Blue or Meteor, it is possible to like have like multiple ground truths. At the moment, like we support like only one ground truth column, and the predictions are like compared to this. But I think this could be like a future work for us to like incorporate like multiple ground truths.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Konstantin, do we have time for another question?
One more, maybe.
We were on schedule. Okay, here's a question.
On schedule. It never happens to me. I don't know.
Perfectly on schedule. Truly, truly impressed.
That's weird for me, right? That never happens.
Yeah, no, that's completely out of character. Truly impressed. Okay, here's a question with 3 votes. Do you have flexibility in how to set up the LLM evaluator, such as give it access to tools to do some external research, access databases, and so forth?
So yeah, I can take this. Yeah, so at the moment, like this is just making like a call to the LLM API provider, or like a local LLM that is like hosted by you. But maybe Alex can add on the like agentic part.
Yeah, I was going to say we're actually working on kind of another project that builds on some of the work we did here that focuses on building more like agentic workflows. And a core part of that will be like interfacing with like Lumigator and the eval tools we already have. Like it sounds like what you're asking is more kind of like access to MCP servers and other tools that could really enhance this process. With the current Lumigator implementation, no, not yet, but kind of this future, this tool we're building is we aim to address this exact issue.
Great. Thank you very much. So,
Thank
Constance,
you.
Mr. MC.
With this,
thank you.
We wrap up the evaluation block. I hope the attendees are now equipped to find a way how to tell their managers whether machine translation is good or not, with the backing of illustrious tools, ladies and gentlemen, presenting. And this gives you something new that you've never knew about, and suddenly it's relevant and important. Olga and I were going to take a little bit of a break, and I would like to give the stage to Stefan with the last name. Stefan, I cannot ever pronounce your name.
You're starting off right, teeing off your presenters with the wrong name. Go ahead. I'd like you see you struggle through it.
Stefan is one of the top influencers in the localization space. Stefan, you've built a fantastic following through sheer creativity, perseverance, and force of will. 25,000 followers on LinkedIn. And today you're presenting to us the engineering block, which will cover how do we get the LLMs in our workflow. I give the floor to you. Please present not the panelists, but the presenters. And Olga, you and I, we can have a drink in the mind. Well, I have
absolutely so. 8 a.m. just the right time. Thanks. Okay.
All right.
Cheers.
So Constantine, just for clarity purposes, it's Stefan Yui in English, and in my native tongue it would be Stefan Höge, but I'm not going to torture you with that.
Stefan Höge.
We have we have three fantastic guests or presenters here for you this morning or afternoon in Europe. It's early morning here in Texas, and I'm just going to dive right in and introduce the first presenter in the engineering block, which is Mariya Pantcheva. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Marina Pantcheva, Director of Linguistics AI Services at RWS, and one of the few people on this planet who can teach you Danish syntax and explain nanosyntax without breaking a sweat. She's a hyper polyglot and co-founder of the AI localization think tank. And Marina brings both academic rigor and industry savvy to the rapidly evolving world of AI in localization. She holds a PhD in theoretical linguistics, that's a mouthful, and has taught across Europe and has led high-performing teams transforming localization workflows with LLMs. Her passion for language clarity is contagious, which may explain why even her AI models are unusually articulate. Oh, and as a fellow Dutch speaker, I can confirm her multilingual superpowers are very real. Welcome to the show. Goedemorgen vanuit Texas. Get ready for one of the most anticipated talks of the conference, and in her session, Marina is going to deliver hands-on prompt engineering advice designed for a wide audience. Take it away, Marina.
Thank you very much for this amazing introduction. Let me go straight away into presentation mode, and please just confirm that you can see the title slide.
You see it.
Only Stefan doesn't see it, but I can see many thumbs up coming up.
I see it just fine. Yep.
That means, okay, so let's go right away. So as Stefan said, today we're going to talk about prompting. This is the first presentation from the engineering block. And Stefan came up with this title, Prompting with Purpose. So I thought that sounds very interesting. I stole it for my presentation. It was originally called Prompting in 2025. And then the subtitle is Hands-on Advice for a Wide Audience. And because this is really a very wide audience, I thought to start from the very beginning and clarify the terminology. So let's first go through the terminology we're going to be using, or at least I'm going to be using in this presentation. There are 6 basic concepts in AI which I want to align with you on so that we know we mean the very same things when we say them. The first one is prompt, and that's clear. Prompt, this is your input to any AI system through which you want to get some results. The next one is tokens, and I guess all of you here, the entire wide audience, know that tokens are those elements into which LLM break down words, and the relation between words and tokens is not really straightforward. It's one for one language, is different for another language. So sometimes, you can be surprised at the count of tokens that come to you from Japanese. For example, they can be 6 times more than for English. Then we have the term completion, and this is just a way to call the response of an LLM to a prompt. You can also call it output, simply output or response or completion. Then we are getting a little bit more sophisticated, so let's talk about what primary content is. Well, primary content is basically the content that you want the LLM to do something with. For example, you may want to have an LLM translate a segment for you. The segment that you send for translation is going to be your primary content. You may want it to consider terminology and style guide rules. Those are primary content.
Looks like we've lost Marina there for a second.
There's a storm in the Czech Republic. Maybe something has happened.
That's how much it remembers.
Marina, there was an internet blip. You disappeared for about 15 seconds.
So what did you lose then?
We lost you. We can't continue
Yeah,
without
no, but
you.
where
Please
did
come
you
back.
lose me? It's clear you lost me, but where did you lose me?
Rewind maybe 10, 15 seconds and go. I think we're still on a good track, Marina. Go ahead.
Let's go. So did you hear about completion? What
maybe start from there. Yeah, start from there.
Yeah. So completion is basically the response of an LLM to a prompt, okay? So you can call it completion, or you can call it output, or you can simply call it response. Then getting more sophisticated, we are moving to primary content. Primary content is basically the content that you want your LLM to do something with. So in a prompt, you have instructions, for example, translate, and then you have primary content. And that would be the sentence that you want the LLM to translate. If you want to put in terminology or style guide rules, then those are going to be your primary content as well. Now, getting even more sophisticated, let's talk about context window. Put very simply, this is simply the volume of tokens that an LLM can keep in its operational memory, how much it remembers, how much fits in its memory. And finally, we have shot, and this is simply a very fancy way to say examples. So whenever you have an example in your prompt, we call it a shot. So this is the basic terminology. And now let's move kind of a little bit away from the details and look what happened in the LLM world over the past 36 months. And whenever I look at this, I always think about, the development, the cognitive development of a human, because I can clearly see 4 periods: infancy, childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. Why that? Well, in the very beginning, we had LLMs that were simply amazing imitators. Just like little kids, they would repeat, actually, when you prompt them, they will repeat the prompt, and they would just imitate what they have seen in their training data. So if you ask them a question, they won't answer the question. They will repeat the question and then go on with the next most plausible thing, but that's not going to be the answer. They would just repeat. Then we got the children LLMs. This is when AI exploded. This is when it actually entered our world of localization. This is GPT 3.5 and similar models, which were actually trained to follow instructions. So now when we asked them a question, or that we told them to do something, they didn't simply imitate the question, they actually did the things we wanted them to do. So you say translate, and they translate. But then we moved on further and got agentic AI. Now, with agentic AI, that's a lot like with teenagers. You tell them what to do, but you better not tell them how to do it. You better not give very exact instructions, because then it's not going to go well, right? So agentic AI are way more autonomous, just like teenagers, and they need to be given goal and purpose, and then they pursue it. And finally, we got the reasoning models like GPT-103 and the famous DeepSeek R1, R2, right? Who can actually follow deliberate reasoning steps, and they kind of think before they do something. They answer just like a mature human. How did that affect the way we prompt? Well, our prompting strategies changed as well. So with the pre-trained models who were simply imitators, what we had to do is put in our prompts tons of examples, little shots, so that they know, as they imitate the examples, they know what to do. But then the researchers said, oh, well, we need to put so many examples in our prompts. Why don't we put those in the training data, actually? So they started creating instruction sets with thousands of example pairs, question, answer, request, response, and they actually trained the models to follow instructions. So we got the instruction fine-tuned models. Now, how did we prompt those? Well, when we were prompting them, we needed to put chain of thought, reasoning steps in the prompts. And then, of course, the researchers said, well, let's put it in the training data. So they created these large training sets with hundreds of thousands of examples of chain of thought reasoning, and they got the reasoning models. Okay, how do we prompt the reasoning models? Well, to prompt a reasoning model effectively, we need to provide goal and context. So if we logically continue this path, then the next step would be, honestly, I don't know what, but logically, you know, we would be training models on goals and context, which sounds already a bit spooky, but I honestly don't know what is coming up because there is this problem. The field develops so fast. I'm constantly having the feeling that I'm living in some continuous Zeno paradox of Achilles and the tortoise. For those of you who don't know, that's a very old paradox where Achilles constantly is trying to catch a tortoise and he can only half the distance to the tortoise, which means that mathematically Achilles will never ever catch the tortoise because the distance will converge to zero but never be zero. And I have the feeling that as we are trying to chase the developments of the latest AI frontier models and whatever comes up, we are only halving the distance to it. And whenever we think we're almost there and we're going to catch it and we're going to be up there where, you know, the frontier labs are, suddenly something new comes up. And then we find out that, oh no, there's still more to run. Yeah, but now let's not be that pessimistic and go into prompts. Whenever I'm talking about prompts, my first question is, how do you prompt? Do you prompt for pilots or do you prompt for production? Because it's different. Prompting just, you know, on a daily basis to run a pilot or test something is more like cooking in your own kitchen, right? Where you have like small portions, little data sets, you have your selected ingredients, your data that you know very well, you have your prompts and they're tested like your grandma's recipe. Usually there's just one prompt designer who cooks and the prompt designer can continuously manually, you know, evaluate and kind of gauge the output. This type of prompting, what I call prompting for pilot, is typically what we do when we communicate or like prompt AI through a chat environment like GPT, ChatGPT. Then we use natural language, but we don't use pure prompts. Whenever we prompt through a chat environment, we always get the system prompt imposed on top of our prompt, the system prompt of the provider. You can go read it. If you put Claude system prompt, you're going to get a 3-page prompt, which is very interesting to read. And that prompt influences our prompt and can cause behavior that is unexpected, which is what happened with Gemini when it's generated Black African American founding fathers. That was because of the system prompt. Another thing when chatting with AI and prompting through a chat environment is that the chat environment is created in a way that it ensures contextual continuity. The generated prompt, the one that you send, is actually not the one you think you're sending. You kind of drag along all the previous messages that you have had in the chat session. This is incremental prompting. So if you prompt with one prompt and you get output, next question you ask in the chat environment is actually going to take with itself the prompt, the first prompt and the first output to the first prompt. And that's going to generate output too. And then the next question you are sending in the chat environment will drag along the first prompt, the first output, the second prompt, the second output, and so it's going to grow incrementally. You drag along everything. This is why you should never change topic in the same chat session, because as you change topic, you will be still dragging with your prompt all the previous prompt on a different topic. And then, of course, the LLM is going to provide weird answers. Another problem with this is the context window. Suppose it's that big, it can only fit 3 things. Then gradually, the LLM will start forgetting all their information in your session. Still, this is very useful for brainstorming or answering questions or getting assistance and for very quick proof of concepts, just checking whether an LLM can do something or not. But if you're going to really go production, then your prompt kitchen is gonna look like this. You will gonna be dealing with giant quantities of translation memories with millions of segments, term bases with thousands of terms. You will have to work with rare ingredients we already heard today, right? Low resource languages, something that the LLMs may not have been trained on. You will have multiple orders. You need to support continuous production, very complex infrastructure of your tools, and many cooks involved. And this already means prompting via an API, which is another way of prompting for scalable mass prompting. For that, you will already need some technical knowledge to manage rate limits, to manage authentication, and so on. But you have full control over your prompt and its parameters. However, you don't have contextual continuity. So the context information will have to be included in every call. What that means is that when you send one prompt, you get one output. You send your second prompt, you get your second output. You don't drag along the previous prompts. You send your third prompt, you get your third output. And with each API call, you're basically sending everything in isolation. There is no context. This is very useful for automated workflows or repeatable tasks or large-scale operations, and when you want to integrate AI in your applications, right, in your CAT tool and so on. But there is a big problem with that, and I call that the token overhead problem. The problem is that sometimes we develop very sophisticated prompts, and the count of tokens in the prompts themselves outweigh the tokens of the text you want to process. So, for example, you may have a 3,000 token prompt about how to translate, including style guide information, terminology, and so on. And then the segment to which you want to apply that one may be 5 tokens. So do you want to pay 3,000 tokens to translate a 5-token segment? No, it looks like the ratio token and primary tokens of the prompt and the primary content is really bad. There are 2 solutions I can offer here. Number one is you can group the text segments that you want to translate into batches. So then you send 1 token, but you already have 50 segments that you can translate with this 1 token. However, there could be leakage from segment 1 to segment 50 because this all goes together to the LLM, and because of the way attention mechanism works, maybe something from first segment will sieve into another segment. So you have to carefully wrap every segment in tags to avoid that leakage. You can also concatenate, but then you have to make sure that you use a delimiter that the LLM preserves, because LLMs try to get rid of all weirdly looking symbols that are not language. So if you put 3 times a column mark or things like that, they may just clean it away. And finally, you can use IDs. But if you use IDs, beware of ID shift. Sometimes LLMs, they just put in an extra number just like that, and they cause a resource shift all the way down. So suddenly all your translation mismatch your source segments just by 1, but they're wrong. Another solution would be to extract into the prompt the reference information that is relevant to the process segments. I've seen prompts where the entire style guide is shoved in and the entire glossary, which contains 100 terms, but only 2 terms are actually present in the segment that the LLM is to process. So extract only those 2 terms. Extract only those style guide rules that apply to that segment. For example, the segment addresses a user. Extract only those style guide rules that apply to user address. You don't need to have style guide rules about something that is totally irrelevant. For example, how to translate UI buttons. Okay, next important topic, which I hope I will see covered more often in our conferences, is what is the difference between prompting for agentic AI and prompting for non-agentic AI? You've all heard about AI agents. Joao was talking today about that, and there is a difference in how we prompt them. When we're prompting the regular one-pass LLMs, we are basically asking a question. And in this question or a query, we are sending step-by-step instructions. We provide context and references. We specify what the desired output should be, how long, in what format, and we give a few examples. And what we get back from the LLM is a response in the form of an answer or some sort of converted output. For example, you can say, please change that segment from informal to formal address, or convert from English to Spanish, right? The primary failure that we can expect here is either wrong or irrelevant answers, or somehow incorrectly formatted or converted segments. With agentic prompting, it's totally different. There, we have to give the goal. We have to specify the goal, and we have to define what success means for the agent. We need to give the agent the catalog of available tools so that the agent knows what tool, what function calls they can make, what tools they can use. We need to explain the method to the agent. Are you planning? Are you acting? And we need to explain what the guardrails are and what are the exit criteria. Where does this whole thing stop? And the LLM output that we get then is either a plan, this is how we should proceed, an action, it makes a tool call, or a decision, it can be a termination signal. Here is where we stop. And the primary failures are wrong action or overspending tokens. Like really, if it's an iterative, it's kind of a society of mind type of agentic AI, the agents can be talking with each other so much that suddenly, your token cost explodes. Okay.
Marina, we're sitting on the edge of our seat following your presentation. This is really, really useful information and great clarification. We started a couple of minutes late for you,
yes.
So I want to be gracious and let you do the full 20 minutes. But I just want to flag to you that we're at 21 right now. I'm going to let you go to 25, and then maybe we can do one or two questions. And then we'll move on to the next speaker.
That's what I was counting on. So
all right,
let me continue. I was counting on 20 minutes. We started 5 minutes late. So finally, just a few tips from me. When you prompt, try to use AI to tell you how to prompt AI. Have an LLM actually, have the LLM that you want to use to execute formulate the prompt for you. In this way, it will come with the formulation that matches its training data best. Another trick is to ask the model that you plan to use for the task to actually explain what the task consists of, check it, and where it's wrong in the task explanation, it will also be wrong in the task execution. And finally, try to use the most advanced model that you have available to draft the prompt. For example, a reasoning model. Last minute is how to troubleshoot prompts. First of all, if your prompt's not working, break down all instructions into atomic steps. If that doesn't work, then try to separate them in individual prompts and daisy chain those instructions. If that still doesn't work, pull in more data. Try to provide more context. If that doesn't work, well, then try to clean your data. Maybe your data is confusing. If that doesn't work, go and use a more advanced LLM model, but there you may need an engineer because maybe you will have to change a bit how you send your prompt. And finally, if that doesn't work, go try a different provider. And then again, you may need an engineer there. And with that, I'm finished, and I just want to encourage you all to keep prompting, and let's go catch the AI tortoise. Thank you very much. Time for questions.
I'm gonna fire off a question right away, and then we can maybe take one other from the audience. In your experience, Marina, what's the single most powerful tweak someone can make to improve their prompts?
I will answer with a single most powerful word, and that is get your data clean.
Okay.
It's your data.
It's the data.
Prompting is 50. We were calculating it once, really. Prompting is 46% success. Comes from data preparation, and the remaining 54% come from prompt preparation. So data and prompt, they go together. Like as you develop your prompt, you have to prepare your data as well.
Very well.
Next question.
I'm having a question here from Zaylan, and he says, do you see any difference between the performance of reasoning or non-reasoning models, one way or another, in linguistic context?
Yes, non-reasoning models are easier to work with for us, but to process text because they are more obedient. They, for example, stick very well to the format that you want them to stick to. So they will simply return to you the segment that you've sent, right? Reasoning models still tend to sneak in reasoning in their responses. So they will do what you want them to do, but it's very hard to stop them from explaining why they did it. So they pollute, right? The completion is polluted with additional tokens that you don't want to have there.
All right, one last question, and then we move on to the next speaker. What's the most relevant use case for prompting in a traditional translation model?
Most relevant, can you say it again? What does that mean?
And now the question's been removed. They're not, maybe they weren't ready to ask. Maybe and there's one more from Nicola, and it says, when using LLMs, is segmentation and TMs becoming a liability instead of an asset?
Yes, it does. It's better to, LLMs are better at whole document translation and generally processing, whole documents. But there are tricks where you can compensate for that, but that's for some other presentation.
All right, good. Thank you so much, Marina. I think we all want an hour or two of coaching with you, so you could make a side business out of that, I'm sure, after this presentation. Fascinating. We are going to move on to the second presenter, which is Benjamin Loy from SmartLink. So please welcome Benjamin Loy, principal engineer at SmartLink, and the kind of person that makes the complex world of localization engineering look deceptively simple. We're going to hold you to that this morning, Benjamin. With over a decade at SmartLink, Benjamin has helped architect some of the most robust and scalable systems in the industry, always with an eye towards automation, integration, and elegant solutions. In his talk, entitled Engineering with Non-Deterministic AI Behaviors, he will demonstrate one of the thorniest challenges facing AI engineers today, how to make outputs from large language models more predictable and reliable. Go ahead, Benjamin. That's a whole big task. We're looking forward to seeing that happen this morning.
All right, I'll see what I can do in 20 minutes. Thanks, everybody. I'm Ben. I'm from SmartLink, Engineering of Non-Determinate AI Behaviors. So I'm going to start with the opportunity of just stuff on the ground that I've been seeing over the last few years that I'm sure tons of people on this call have also seen. One of my first observations is impossible to tell if a prompt's going to work by only reading it, right? I've seen things in prod with spelling mistakes and logic errors work totally fine. I've seen detailed prompts fail terribly. I've seen people tweak quotes and then radically different responses. I've seen models just have strange blind spots where no matter how you ask it to do a thing, it just can't do it. So the first observation is just reading something with a prompt, it doesn't work. So we need something more, right? And then if you try a single test, you still run into the same problem, especially in the linguistic space. Broken record here, but different domains, different tones can have very different results. Your language support, all over the place. It may work English to Spanish, English to Turkish, complete failure. Non-linguistic content also has problems. If you have content with a macro that looks like a macro that a prompt wants to use tags, white space can be extremely important. All those things can send the prompt off in directions you don't want it to be. And we also use masked content quite a bit. You have foo objects in a cart. Sometimes that can confuse it as well. And even if you have the most robust tests in the planet, you're still going to have some problems. Temperature, by its definition, causes variance. That's what you want. You want to have different syntax over kind of semantically similar things. Seed, which I can talk about in a little bit, is the idea of making a prompt reproducible by giving it a number that this random number generator will use to execute all choices in the thing. So if you give it the same number, it'll make all the same choices, but those aren't always available. And sometimes it just doesn't work. And there are certain internal model architectures and support codes that lead to really non-deterministic things. So just because something works today doesn't mean it'll work tomorrow or even like an hour. So how do we kind of like, as an engineer, look at this, kind of deal with this environment? And for us, and some of this is going to sound very similar to some of the prior talks, some of our most successful techniques that we've had so far, and most of the models we use are non-reasoning. They're current generation or a generation back. Few shopped examples. So translation memory for us has been a massive win. Translation memory has stylistic choices, formality, it has a terminology. All these things are kind of embedded in your TM. So if you have a high quality TM with high quality examples, it can read the prompts where you want it to be, way less hallucinations, way less everything. You can get that stuff what you need. Context is key. So ask yourselves, does the prompt have the information to do the task? Because what I wrote here sounds a little rhetorical, right? Like, if a human can't perform the task without the data, can an AI? And sometimes the answer is yes. AIs have a lot of domain knowledge across the internet, so sometimes they can resolve these things. But a lot of the time, if a human needs a point of information, the prompt would probably need a similar blurb of information to do it. So things like document structures that people have been talking about are super important to really give the prompting what you need. And separating structured user input from system instructions can be extremely helpful. A lot of people, especially in the beginning, would put information directly into a system prompt, just embed it, plain text in the middle. This can cause all types of problems with sometimes the output stuff. Also, if it isn't structured, can cause some parsing, or if you need to evaluate later what the prompt did, other things. It helps with bad faith inputs that we can talk about a little bit later. And again, non-linguistic content is super important in a lot of use cases, so you don't want this stuff to kind of break your stuff. So you're an engineer, you have all this information, you want to solve these tasks, you have this test, and more test. Again, a ton of other talks at the conference has been talking about testing, evaluation, and doing all these things. And a robust testing system is really the way you want to go. Having a KPI that you can automatically evaluate is super key. Again, categorical and numeric data, you can kind of just have supervised learning type stuff, compare what the results you want. But when you get into linguistics, again, you're in the kind of fuzzy realm and you have all the classic ways of approaching things. Again, we talked about that a lot, so I don't need to go into really a lot of depth here. Again, and sometimes prompts, change. Like, I haven't seen a prompt that hasn't been filled with for multiple times over months in my career. Like, you're always getting new information, feedback, tweaking things, et cetera. And sometimes you generate a prompt that doesn't work as well as a previous prompt. So you need to be able to see previous prompts, evaluate previous prompts, compare it to your current prompt, and make sure you're always heading in this kind of upward direction. And like any other engineering task, you find something that looks like a bug, add it as a test, keep this kind of ball rolling, because you don't want to get into like a whack-a-mole situation where fixing one prompt breaks something that was previously working with no regression, and then you fix that regression, and so on and so forth. So having a robust test suite is important. And then also apply engineering best practices to prompts like anything else, right? Evaluation-driven development. Try to figure out how you can be proactive with your prompts. Like, how do you know where it's working in production? What's this outside of research? How do you get the information you need? How can you share that with stakeholders? Kind of think about that type of thing. Version control, again, knowing the history of prompts, knowing when they're deployed, knowing what was applied to what is super important for debugging in the future, and really important of kind of, again, marching forward, making these things reproducible. And again, the more language is varied. So the more varied your data set is for testing, the better. Obviously, you have to balance that with cost and other things, like having a 100,000 TU data set is going to cause you problems, but you can find a good kind of middle ground there. For reproducibility and non-deterministics, temperature and seed always kind of come up. Temperature is the idea of you don't use the most probable tokens. You go down a little bit and use still probable tokens, but not the most apparent stuff. This gives it a little bit more of a creative feel, a more kind of active kind of feel to it. And while you can reduce variability by reducing your temperature down, honestly, you should do an experiment with your temperature to see what produces the best response for your particular use case, right? I wouldn't overly worry about minimizing temperature to minimize variability. I would kind of actually lean into a little bit. Seed, on the other hand, is, again, the concept of having a number that you can give into your prompt via an API during inference that should, every single time you give the same number but the same prompt, it should always return the same thing. Some models support this, a lot of models don't. I know there's been kind of a push to try to get it, but it's actually kind of a surprisingly hard problem for LLM engineers to kind of figure this out. So if it's available, please use it, log it, like record what you're doing. But if it's not, then you can move on with other stuff. Again, there's tons of other side considerations that are a little bit hard to get into in a very small talk. But harmful content detection, definitely your friend if you have things on the internet. But if you're doing medical or certain types of entertainment content, it can go off a lot, and then you have to, again, try to figure out how to balance that off. LLMs have biases like anything else, so Again, doctor in English doesn't have a gendered form, but in Spanish it does. So you have to still figure out how to kind of deal with those types of use cases in a kind of a sane way to eliminate biases in our things. Batching, super good for cost. It can improve quality. More of a document you're translating, the better. And that can have some very large impacts on the prompt performance. So keep that in mind when you're doing these kind of mechanical changes of how the prompt performs, that you may have to actually do prompt work as well. Don't expect your hosted LLM to be around in 2 years. Like the stuff we were doing 2 years ago, a lot of those things just don't exist anymore or on their way out. So like in 2 years from now, you're going to have the same thing. So definitely think of ways to iterate. In my experience, we almost move forward every 6 months or so to better models and doing other things. And the other thing to keep in mind is AI errors and human errors tend to fall into different categories. So if you're doing a demo or other things, it can sometimes get a little weird when the AI is doing something that's obvious to a human that it shouldn't be doing, but then it's not making the same mistakes as humans. Like they don't generally do spelling errors. They tend to be more grammatically correct, but sometimes it just does things that are strange. So when you're up and running, you've engineered this thing, it's going to prod. You consider that sometimes things are just not going to work with your prompt. Like, how do you catch it and how do you solve for it in a production environment, right? So mechanically, there are easy, trivial tricks you can do. If you're doing English to Spanish translation, you have 100 characters in English, and then you end up with 10 characters in Spanish or 1,000 characters in Spanish. It's gone off the rails. It's pretty safe to like throw that up. And there's a number of other tricks you can kind of do there. It's usually fast, easy, costs almost nothing, but it is language specific, and I think everybody here who's worked in natural language knows there's always an exception to these types of rules. So you have to keep that stuff in mind. Semantic similarity with cosine, another kind of easy trick in the translation space. You can calculate an embedding for the source, calculate an embedding for the translation, look at the cosine, and then get a number of how well it's working. And then for, say, a locale pair, what you do is just get 100 good translations, build a cluster, shuffle the translations. Now you have 100 bad translations, and you can kind of figure out a number above this threshold is kind of good, below this threshold is kind of bad. And that'll give you a pretty easy way, again, to catch the more egregious types of things. It doesn't work on subtle hallucinations, but it does work on like more larger types of errors. Log probability is kind of an interesting trick if your model supports it. Of log probability is kind of the probability of confidence in the tokens itself that the LLM is exporting. So you can kind of look at this to see if the model's struggling with the task or if it's actually kind of performing well with the task. If it's struggling with the task, then you can do things like maybe send it to a larger model or do other things to kind of get an idea of like how to support it. And last but not least, and kind of a popular one today, is LLM-as-a-Judge. It's great because you can check safety issues. You can check almost any kind of linguistic thing. Just have an LLM. The main problem with LLMs as a judge, though, is quality is kind of bounded in cost and latency or not, right? Like 3 judges may be better than 1, but 10 judges probably aren't super better than 3. Than 100 judges, you're not getting anything except burning money, right? So trying to find out that balance of what you want to look for, what you're trying to evaluate, and the proper amount of stuff in production. And once you found a validation failure, again, there's various ways in production to handle this. Some errors are transient. You get a timeout. You get a rate limit. You're hitting some kind of quota thing. You can try again in the future. That's great. Do not recommend usually hitting the same prompt on the same model if it isn't these types of errors. It just doesn't work. Trying a different prompt or model, again, a fallback mechanism. Okay, I tried against this model and tried against this other model. Great. Again, quality is bound in cost and latency or not. Some people talk about things like self-healing loops and other things, which are great ideas. But again, you can get into some deep things with the stuff. Obviously, you can just return the failed results. There are some circumstances where that's okay, but generally, these type of hallucinations can be very nasty and just not user appropriate at all. So we don't recommend this case. And again, there's always, if you're in a robust system, to just do more of a traditional thing, send it to a human, send to NMT, do some other mechanism to translate it if you really need to. Observability. So the other main thing in production is you need to understand what's going on, right? So retaining logs and events of what the prompt's doing is super important when you get errors or other things in the future to kind of come back and really evaluate what's going on. You should always know what the prompt looked like when it's executing, what the data looked like, all that other stuff moving forward. Reports, segment level errors, so you can fix specific thing, locale, pair level, calculate your quality KPIs. A/B testing is useful. Just remember to end your A/B tests. Alerts and dashboards, if you can create it, to give stakeholders so they can actually see what's going on over time. And another thing I always want to mention in these types of stuff is security. Prompt injection attacks are a real thing. Lots of people enjoy going and trying to jailbreak prompts and see what's happened. If you don't have a prompt that's just sitting on the internet, it's not as big of a deal. But just these are things to keep in mind. Like if somebody can do a prompt injecting attack against any model, then they can potentially have the LLM do whatever they want, right? In which case they can burn through your credits. They can, if you have a fine-tuned model, they can potentially recover things they use to train it, right? Which can be a really big deal in certain circumstances and not a big deal in others. So keep that in mind. And again, if you have an AI hooked up to agentic functions, their prompt injection attack could potentially trigger those functions. So if you give AI the ability to create a Zendesk ticket or a Jira ticket, something can have a lot of fun, and you won't have a lot of fun when they can create hundreds of tickets, right? So just kind of keep this kind of things in mind when you're doing this type of stuff.
Just want to keep the time in mind, Ben. We're about 5 minutes away of wrapping yours up, so maybe another 2 minutes and then 3 minutes for questions. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Great. Thank you. Yeah. And then the longer term considerations always is, at the end of the day, you're trying to develop stuff for humans. So having humans in the loop in some way, shape, or form is great. If you already have post editors or other linguists who are looking at prompts, the result of prompts, or you have access to them to generate little data sets just to make sure you're on the right track, great. Again, there's other evaluation techniques, but really, at the end of the day, I still really like humans. And again, if you don't actually have linguists, you can just sample data over time. And again, for anything here with like engineering, and one thing that I know people talk about a lot is really trying to figure out what the ROI goal for whatever you're building is for your customers, and then measuring that over time so management and other stakeholders can make sure that's going right. Cost per word, super relevant for a lot of things we do, right? You don't want that to be super high. How often do the validation errors go off? How much time is it taking? Some things people want to happen really fast. Some things people are fine with human speed, so a few days, so which is fine. And again, trying to figure out how to do human quality evaluation with some type of KPI. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for me.
All right, let's dive into some questions. Nicolas Jadot writes, version control. How do you easily navigate between various versions of prompts, and what's the difference between them to make it easier when you have lots of versions?
Yeah, so we have specific tooling internally that we use to kind of track versions. So pretty much every time we update a prompt, there's a version number in the prompt. When it goes to production, we have a little database that we keep around for a little bit so we can examine them. And that version is embedded into every single one of these little events. So we have the ability to match the exact prompt, the exact input, and what happened over time. Just so if somebody is like, hey, this thing broke, 3 weeks ago, what's going on? We actually have in our logs the ability to actually see every single transformation made by a prompt, all the output, and the exact thing that went in. And then we can use that to, create a Jira ticket, have somebody on data science examine the prompt, see if we can fix it, and then do the standard deployment loop.
Okay. Silvio Piccini is asking to elaborate a little bit on AI errors and human errors.
Yeah, so for example, say you're making a prompt that evaluates if a translation's fit for purpose or not. So it's like a quality thing. So it's yay, fit for purpose, boo, not fit for purpose. So generally you would want to have a bias in one of those two directions, right? Is it better for things that are fit for purpose to be ranked as not fit for purpose, or is it better for things that are not fit for purpose labeled as fit for purpose? So you kind of want to determine that bias, because sometimes thinking something is high quality and then doing certain things with it, like minimizing the number of humans looking at it, for example, can have some serious quality problems. So what would happen is you would want to say, okay, it's better for fit for purpose strings to be in the not fit for purpose. But if you have, say, a sales demo, when you're looking at all these things that are not fit for purpose, a lot of the times you're going to be looking at me like, that's obviously correct. That's obviously correct. That's obviously correct. Like, so a human looking at it immediately is like, oh, these are kind of wrong. but due to safety reasons, you kind of biased it in that direction. And that can cause these type of weird things of like mixed demos can be kind of a little weird, and some other kind of things like that can be kind of strange. And the opposite direction is true. Like you almost never see a spelling mistake from an LLM, maybe like transliteration or something like that. But generally, you know, those types of like typos, LLMs don't generally make. So it kind of goes in both directions. So the distribution of errors.
Yeah. One last one from Marco Russo at Creative Words. Does it make sense to use translation quality evaluation to tell human post editors which AI translated segments require more attention?
I mean, yes.
That's a quick answer. Do you want to elaborate on that? I know Gabriel is stomping his feet in the background, so we're ready to switch it out. Maybe this is a good time.
Yeah. I'll just leave it at yes.
All right, good. Thank you so very much, Benjamin.
Thank you, everybody.
Fascinating. Let's go to Gabriel.
Hello, Stefan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Good.
Let me introduce you, and we should say that actually, as far as influencers is concerned, you're about 10,000 ahead of me. So I hang my head.
Numbers.
I hang my head in shame, but you've been at it a little bit longer than I have. So here goes. Gabriel Fairman, well-known entity in the industry, CEO of BureauWorks. He's someone who truly embodies the spirit of entrepreneurial grit and innovation. Gabriel is the founder and CEO of BureauWorks, a company he started with a single translation typed on a word processor and grew into a full-scale TMS powering content for global brands like Coca-Cola, Harley-Davidson, and Zendesk. In his session, Gabriel will share groundbreaking insights from his hands-on experimentation with full text translation using generative AI. That's certainly a hot topic and a major innovation in the TMS space. Take it away, Gabriel. I've done enough talking.
Thanks so much, Stefan. I mean, that's very kind words. And I want to also thank Ben and Marina for great presentations. Was learning a lot from them as well. Let me see if I can go into full screen here and share my screen. Here we go. Can everybody see my screen? Perfect. Good. All right. So findings and theories in a push for a fully vectorized translation environment. Hopefully, by the end of my talk today, we'll understand what a fully vectorized translation environment is, what it means, and what we're trying to do. But don't worry about understanding this right now, because that's what we'll unpack today. So first, let's kind of take it a step back and talk about what's wrong with segments. So segments are great. That's how we built all of this localization infrastructure. And they come from this idea that at some point we had to in order to make translation memories feasible, we needed to create a way to correlate sentences to previously translated sentences. And the way we could do that was by parsing and segmenting them into little boxes. So if you think about it from a more abstract perspective, the nature of segments was, okay, I have like a spreadsheet or a database, but basically a spreadsheet for past translations. And now I have another spreadsheet for something I'm working on. And the fact that I have these individual cells or these individual entries allowed me to be able to search, right? So you needed segments in order to search for relevant matches. You needed segments to be able to perform little bite-sized operations that were compatible with the computing power and possibilities that we had 30, 40 years ago. So segments, super important, super powerful, but we built the entire industry around something that doesn't necessarily extract the most out of AI, right? So they're built for syntax-driven operations. And so when we look at AI and try to apply it in segments, it's a massive retrofit. We've done it. Lots of other companies have done it as well. But it really is like running a fire hose through kitchen pipes. That's the best way I can kind of think about it. You know, when you think about the massiveness of what a large language model looks like, and you compare it to this tiny little amount of information contained in a segment, you can't do that much. And sure, you have workarounds of, you can consider the segments below and the segments above. You can consider a bunch of segments at the same time, but you're still boxing information in. And when people talk about this whole idea of translation becoming closer to content creation, that makes a lot of sense, but you need tools to be able to make that happen, right? So just to exemplify what I was talking about, when we talk about like a traditional relational database, you have these sentences. So maybe you have, for instance, in a translation memory, for instance. So maybe you have the sentence, John has gone to the store, and you also have the sentence, John went to the supermarket. And even though these sentences from a propositional perspective, even though they say pretty much the same thing, right? Has and went are both verbs for having done something in the past, gone somewhere in the past. Went and gone, very similar actions. Store and supermarket, kind of similar kinds of places. From a syntactical search, you wouldn't find a match between these sentences. If you think about, Levenshtein edit distance and how typical searches and translation memories are done, you're not just the difference in characters are just too big. So you're not going to find the similarity, even though the sentences are pretty much saying the same thing. Now, in a vector database, you're comparing things in a very different way because you're vectorizing the information. So John is a vector, has gone is another vector, store is a vector, all these different words, all these different tokens, whatever, if you want to use the AI terminology, but all these different words, they're vectors. And because they're vectors, they can be stored in an unstructured kind of way. So we're not just storing, for instance, English target, we're storing stuff. And it could be stuff like different languages, it could be images, it could be sounds, it could be anything that can be vectorized can be stored within this framework. And that opens the stage for a very different kind of conversation. And this is kind of like the conundrum that I feel that we're in, is that the industry still needs all of the benefits that the segments brought to the table. So we still need glossaries, we need precise knowledge leveraging, we need QA checks, but we also need to extract the maximum value from AI. And in that end, segments are great, but they're also a prison because of all of these things I mentioned. And another thing, segments create very strict source to target correspondences. Sure, you can maybe add segments or remove segments, but the correspondence is fairly strict. And when we're moving into content creation, you can't work with that level of strictness. You need more leeway to add or remove content as necessary, to change, adapt, etc. So let's just get a little bit more detailed about what a vector is, right? So I like this definition. The vector is basically a numeric fingerprint that represents the meaning of something, like a sentence or image, so that a computer can compare it to others, right? So in this context, a vector is just a list of numbers, like with this example here, 0.12 minus 0.98. These have different dimensions, but the think about it as a point in a 3D in a 3D cube, where things are lying. And what's interesting about vectors is that they allow us to compare things that are typically not comparable. Like from a syntactical perspective, camel and dog, there's no correlation between them, or camel and whale. But in a vector database, we can begin to establish certain correlations. After all, they're all living beings, and that correlation can be established. And one is an aquatic living being, and another one is a terrestrial. Two of them are terrestrials, and all of them are mammals, etc. So you can establish these correlations, and you know that the chair is a little bit further away, etc. So you can spatially place things, concepts, right? And this spatial placing allows us to find much deeper correlations between different things, information, right? And so when we look at how this works in the environment that we're working on and in our research, we're looking at, first, there's a storing process, right? So you need to get the information into embeddings, and then store those embeddings in a vector database. Again, the embeddings are the numerical descriptions of the vectors, right? So they're basically, you go from information into embeddings, and those embeddings are stored in this vector database. I like to think about it as like this very spatial way of placing information around. So now, instead of information being stored in this very one-to-one correspondence, you're basically storing stuff in space, right? So it's much more fluid, much more dynamic. also harder to interpret, harder to understand. Then the next step comes into the retrieving process. So if you run the query, for instance, the bull by Pablo Picasso, you're also transforming that query into embeddings. Again, you have the vector representation of those embeddings. And then comes the concept of nearest neighbor, right? So in a space in a vector search, you're not searching for that exact segment or for that exact piece of information. You're looking for the closest vector to that embedding that you're looking for. So that's the concept of the nearest neighbor, and that's the results that someone would see. So when we're looking at vector-based architecture outside the LLM, which is, again, that's the big shift, right? Because LLMs by design, they're vector-based, they're all token-driven, etc. But we're creating an environment where even when you're not inside the LLM, you're still working in this vector-based architecture. And that allows us to create much deeper correlations between different things within that environment. And it also allows us to also create and preserve terminological precision, right? The other thing that this allows, which is super cool, is this creates an environment that's truly cross-functional. So let's say, for instance, if you want to go from something that's an audio into a video, or from a video into a tweet, from a tweet into an email, that allows that cross-functional creation interface because that's natural to a vector-based environment. Because again, think about the information is very fluid. It's not static, right? So perhaps this is the most important component, is that now there's no need for source to target strictness. You can start from the target because, again, the key transformation here is that it doesn't have to be a linear process anymore. And so to exemplify this, if you're working on a translation and let's say the machine translation or the AI translation is good enough, you can iterate on that, and the vector-based environment will ensure that you're aware of when and how you're deviating from the source without necessarily having to go segment by segment. Everything is interrelated. So let's say in a segment translation, let's say you reach segment 79, and all of a sudden you realize that you made a change in tone, or you made a change in terminology that will impact segments 1 through 78, as an example. In that example, you would have to either go back to segment 1 and reapply those changes, or you would have to have some kind of script or some kind of macro that would do that for you. But in any event, you're going down a sequence of segments, and then to make a change, you would have to go back up. In this scenario, if you make a change in segment 78 that impacts all of the rest, because the segments are not ordered, because it's just information, it's allowing information to change information. And that's, in my opinion, that's the nature of language, right? The nature of language is you have characters that are related to words, words that are related to sentences, sentences to paragraphs, paragraphs to pages, pages to text, and you basically have text that is producing meaning. So let's say if you think about a book, right? And at the very end of the book, you find out this massive reveal where the character that you thought was the protagonist is actually a fraud, or is actually a spy, is actually something else. That will change the nature of all the information that you saw before that. Because we process information in a dynamic way, it's not like we have to necessarily reread the book to make sense of it. But if you were working segment by segment, you would have to do that. So it's a very different way of approaching information, and it frees us up from a linear-driven approach to translating. And it really opens up the door to freedom. And I know that I talked about a bunch of abstract concepts, and would love to hear if anybody has any questions.
Fascinating, Gabriel. Very, very cool. We have lots of questions, so let's dive right in. First question from Michelle Fari. I hope I'm saying that correctly. When you vectorize a TM in BureauWorks, how many dimensions does the vector have? And is a fuzzy match in BureauWorks based on these embeddings?
So in BureauWorks, we have the production environment is still based in segments. What we're working on is what we call the free flow editor, which will be live in July. The free flow editor is based on purely vector search and purely vector translation experience. As far as the translation memories go, they're just added as context. So the number of dimensions that every TM have will be a function of the necessary transformation applied to those embeddings. So it's not something fixed. It's not something that we're predetermining. It's something that will vary according to the information type, the number of dimensions that we need to record that embedding. So, and as far as the search goes, you don't need to have a one-to-one correlation. You can have more dimensions in the search, for instance, itself than in the embeddings that are actually stored. So you don't have to have a one-to-one correspondence in dimensions.
Awesome. Next question from Eva Martinez Garcia. How this vector representation works in a multilingual scenario? Can we then perform Reina-woman plus man? I'm not sure how to represent. I need an LLM to represent the question. Or ask for some fact in Spanish to retrieve an answer stored in our database in English. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. It's completely language agnostic. So instead of, again, in typically TMs and other kinds of information, they're going to be stored by language, for instance. In this case, all the information is stored together. It's the embeddings that will have, let's say, the labels for the specific languages. And because you're interacting always at the embedding level, you can have very complex operations. For instance, asking a question in Spanish, but requesting a response in English, or searching for something that's an image, but requesting a response that's in text.
All right, next question is something I actually wrote an article about recently, but I'm going to watch for your answer on this. Is this vector approach similar to knowledge graph? What's the difference between knowledge graphs and vectorization, Gabriel?
Well, I'm not an expert in knowledge graphs, so I won't be able to answer that. I think for me, what's important is the result that we're looking for. So, when we think about AI, we're really trying to value, at least this is my opinion about AI. It's a really great tool. But I also really value the human spirit, the human authorship. And I think, at least for me, it's been changing the way I feel about my own writing. So for instance, I'm beginning to treasure my own spelling mistakes. I'm beginning to treasure all the little ways in which I am deviating or different from AI. That's what makes me special. It doesn't matter if it's a mistake or not. I want to figure out what is special about me. And the vector-based environment is a lot more conducive towards that because I'm not boxed in. If you put me to translate with segments, I'm a lot more likely to be very similar to the machine because you're basically forcing me, the human, to think like a machine when you're putting me in segments. If I'm working in a space that's free, now I have a lot more authorship, I have a lot more creativity. And I think this is just my personal opinion, Stefan, but I think in the years to come, one of the most scarce forms of content is going to be authentically generated content. And when I say authentically generated, it doesn't mean that it has to be 100% from a human. It needs to have the right level of intervention that shows that there's authorship. So I think this question of authorship is going to be huge because I think people are going to get sick and tired of reading stuff that is feeling like AI generated or AI driven. And I think you need the right tools and the right environments to make that work. And in my opinion, at least, I don't think the segment-based approach will be conducive for that because, again, the segment-based approach is all about efficiency. It's all about volumes. It's all about scaling, and it's amazing for all of that. And I'm not even sure that, for instance, it will be possible to translate, let's say, software localization using a vector-based approach because I'm not sure if it's going to be compatible or not. But I am sure that we're looking for a way to make sure that human expression is still something very valuable and at the same time compatible with the expectations for value and scalability that people have due to AI.
Yeah, we have time for one more, just 2 minutes. You'll forgive me for being selective and just picking one that I think ties in very nicely with what we've been talking about. If you don't break the text in segments because you want the model to have the whole document as input, what does that mean for post editors?
So it's actually very flexible. You can decide if you want to work with an entire document, if you want to work with chunks of the document at a time. So the idea is you're making it entirely flexible as far as the context window that you're working with at any given moment. As far as what it means for the post editor, one of the things that we're working on is being able to be a lot more smart about what the post editor is doing. So for instance, really being able to log not just the changes that are being made by the editor, but understand the nature of those changes and then use the nature of those changes in future suggestions as they move along, as well as allow them to rethink past decisions that were being made. Because again, I think maybe that's the big shift from a post editing perspective, right? It was typically everything was pre-translated and then you would make changes here and there. We went into what I believe was an evolution of that, because now in our context-sensitive application in segments, at least the segments are learning as you move linearly through the document. In this case, we're working on a different kind of paradigm where the entire document itself could be shifting based on different changes that are made by a post editor. For instance, maybe they're making something in paragraph number 3 become more formal, less conversational, more authoritative. Maybe that's going to lead them to rethink something that they wrote in paragraph 2 or paragraph 1, for instance. So it's going to be an entirely different experience entirely. And it's more geared towards, I would say, post authoring as opposed to post editing. I would say it's a subtle shift, but it changes a lot. I think it's more about
Are you feeding in those changes back to the LLM to teach it to improve the outputs going forward?
Yeah, everything is entirely fluid and dynamic because everything is taking place through embeddings. That communication is very seamless. So we're not going to text into embeddings, then back to text, then back to embeddings, because that's typically, if you're working in these complex operations with LLMs, you're having a lot of translations back and forth from text to embedding, from embedding to text, etc. In this scenario, you're basically working at an embedding level within the editor and within the LLM, which really enhances efficiencies of operations and those exchanges that you're talking about.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to get kicked in the butt if I don't wrap it up here, because I'm sure there's another segment waiting. I could spend a lot of time with all 3 of these speakers this morning, and I would love to sit down with them individually in the near future. That's an open invitation. I do a lot of interviews. So Constantine, take it away for the next session.
I really like the session. Gabriel, you're reinventing the industry, and that's fantastic to see. It takes a lot of grit and a lot of resilience, and I salute you for that. It's not been an easy journey, I know, but you made it. You are now driving the innovation.
Thank you, Kostya. Awesome. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Olga. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And thank you, Stefan.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you.
The engineering
thank you very much, Stefan.
The topic today packed a punch. I think it was fantastic.
It was awesome. Yeah, very, very good content. Thank you for putting it together. And yeah, I will leave you to it. And thank you so very much for having me around.
Thank you. Olga, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Enlightened, inspired, overwhelmed, all of the above.
Excellent. And you're the queen of AI and localization. For you to feel overwhelmed, it takes a lot.
Namaste. Shall we proceed?
I would like to invite on the stage Andriy Burkov. Andriy, are you with us? There we go.
Hi.
Hello. So thank you for persevering with us. It's the final session of the day. And we had many insightful, amazing, inspiring presentations, but all of them came from the field of localization. You, on the other hand, you have been the lighthouse for people in AI. I've been a fan of your newsletter. I've been following it for years. I know you've been doing it for more than 5 years. And if I may, I'll just quickly show that how it looks like.
And as you're doing it, I'll say that we are talking about 463,375 followers.
No, that's just for Andriy. And the newsletter has 800.
Yeah, and then there is the newsletter, true.
Right. So you've been always summarizing the most important trends and news in AI. And just by following your newsletter, one could feel the pace of the progress, what's going on in GenAI. And the most important things, you don't have to read all the magazines, Wired, TechCrunch, etc. Just Andriy's newsletter is enough. So thank you very much for that. I am privileged and honored so that you join us today. Thank you. what would you like to say to the people in localization? What should we expect in the future? What is the way? How do we come in the generative AI world, and how does generative AI world come into our lives in the next couple of years? We're very eager to hear your story and your perspective on us, on the industry.
Yeah, thanks, Costa, for invitation. And I wanted to say about the newsletter. So I try to keep it short. And you say like people don't need to read this and this. Who reads anymore? You know, like when I open some article and it's more than a page, I don't read it. I copy paste it into some chatbot and I say, what are the top 3 ideas that I should be aware about this article? And if I'm interested, I might read it, but more often than not, it's okay for me to stick to these 3 paragraphs. Yeah, so thanks for the invitation. Sorry, the UI asked me about my language. Should I answer it or?
It's for the transcription. If you answer that it is English, it will transcribe you accurately.
Okay, because the things that I'm talking in Portuguese. Okay, I will say that it's English. Yeah. Okay. So let me share my my screen for my slides.
I'll mention why it's Portuguese. We are supported today by a fantastic events team from AP Portugal, our long-term partner in events. They're fantastic for interpreting, for organizing events. We've run through Geneva events together for the United Nations and through localization events. So thank you very much, the team from AP Portugal, for supporting us today.
Yeah,
sorry, it was a plug. It was a plug.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks again. So let's start. So yeah, I will talk today about modern AI. So I understand that maybe some more advanced in their knowledge of what modern AI is, why it's modern compared to whatever else AI they might be. And I will try to navigate you through this generative AI revolution, because it's really a revolution. Despite too much hype around it, there is something, there is a kernel that is really, really big. So about me in AI, so I did my PhD in multi-agent systems in 2011. So before the agents became, I think everyone is talking about, scientists actually worked on multi-agents and multi-agent systems. So I have experience with Fujitsu and Gartner. And I'm an author of 3 best-selling books on machine learning and language models. Yes, as Kostya said, I have a newsletter with about 1 million subscribers now, and currently I decided to concentrate on my life on writing books. So I'm working part-time as an advisor to several tech startups. So I'm not an employee anymore. So what happened in 2023? Because this is where it all started. So before ChatGPT and before OpenAI made it available to people, doing AI required quite a strong set of skills. This includes scientific skills about mathematics, statistics. This includes computer science. So the person who wants to build AI was supposed to be a programmer. And it required a lot of practical experience, because if you just program something, put some data in it, and it doesn't work, you should kind of feel where to go to make it work. So what happened in 2023 and why it's a revolution is because OpenAI with ChatGPT put AI in the hands of lay people. Like, anyone can now say that they build AI because they can just instruct a language model verbally, and this model will do something that this person or their clients might find useful. So it's a huge shift from requiring a very very expensive experience and education to something casual anyone can do in their sofa from home. So the shift was from writing complex code and years of experience to simple I need. So you need something, you type it, you get it. And when tech companies have seen that this is possible, they started, every company that you hear about, like Google, Amazon, there are new startups like OpenAI, Anthropic, Mistral in Europe. So they all started to build such language models, and they build them strong as ChatGPT. And for the first year, for 2023 and the half of 2024, ChatGPT was the strongest. But then other companies catch up, and today ChatGPT, it's not even the strongest model anymore. So it was an avalanche of new models that have become available to billions of people in a matter of a couple of years. So it was a big deal. And also, it was a few, like previously, when you worked on AI, you worked on one specific modality. For example, my specialization was text. So my inputs were text, my outputs were some predictions about text or some text normalized somehow. But today, these models, they fuse different modalities. So you can have text as input, image as output, image as input, text as output, image as input, image as output, video, sound, everything is mixed in one model. So it's, again, in addition to how easy it is to make AI do something for your business, it's also easy to to feed it with any input you have. So previously, for example, if you had images, you needed a model specific for image, or you needed some model to transform image to text, and then you can use your text-based AI. Today, you just put everything in one model, and you can get anything back. And when we talk about text, so it's a huge shift from what I call highlighting to rewriting. So previously, before ChatGPT, when you work on some text, the best you can do with AI was highlight some words that might be typed wrong, or maybe there is a better alternative how to phrase a specific paragraph. But today, it rewrites. So it not just says something is wrong and probably here. It will say, I think that something is wrong, and this is what you should have written instead. So it does style adaptation, it does summarization, it does paraphrasing, and it also writes from scratch. So as a writer myself, and I think I can call myself a writer because I now have more than one book, I think that writing from scratch is a big help for writers, because everyone is aware of the writer block. So you don't know how to start a new book or a new chapter, and now you just type something in the language model, and you say, I want to write a chapter about this. How would I start it, or what information it would contain, and it will unblock you very fast. So this is something, again, previously AI couldn't do. So what are the big use cases? Because, well, everyone is talking that language models are huge, they change everything. But in reality, okay, what's in it for business? And the biggest use cases currently, like the way I categorize them, are as follows. The first, I call it the initial 70%. So, for example, let's say you want to start a new project, and you don't know exactly how to start it. What would be the beginning? What you do? What you need to think about? What are the unknowns? What are the some catch-ups? Or sorry, some catch or gotchas? Like what you need to create some kind of a mental model of the solution. So in this case, previously you need to brainstorm. So let's say you are lucky and you have a very talented team of specialists from various domains. So you all sit together around the table, and you start just throwing ideas on the table and discuss back and forth. You make notes. Eventually, in the end of this brainstorming, and sometimes it takes multiple sessions, you have like a whiteboard with different notes, different stages of the project execution, who needs to be involved, and so on. So today, it's all can happen in a session with an LLM. So one person who wants to build something new, they start asking questions to a language model. The language model will say, okay, I know what I understand what you want to build. You need to think about this, about that. So it replaces an entire team of very qualified specialists with just a couple of sessions with the language model. So brainstorming was replaced basically with a chat, and good brainstorming, it might account to up to 70% of the project, because if you plan it's well and you cover it all bases, then it's just execution that remains. Then another big use case that falls in this initial 70% is coding. Again, with coding, it's similar to any other big project. So you need to do all these brainstorming steps, and in addition, you need to what they call bootstrap the project. So like it's installation of different frameworks that you need to work with. It's the creation of different functionalities like front end, back end, database, how they're all interconnected. You need to create what we call an MVP, like minimum viable product. So it's something that you can always you can show to the potential user and say, okay, this is a working prototype. What you would like to improve here. So going to this initial prototype or minimum viable product that you can actually put online was a very challenging part. But as soon as you have this minimum working product, then you can have a team who will add additional features. But the skeleton, it's already there and it's working. And again, this accounts for up to 70% of most software projects. Of course, the remaining 30% can take years, but these years you will work already on something that runs online and potentially even generate some revenue. So another very important and effective use case, it's adaptation. So something like transform A to look like B. So you can take any text and or even a bunch of bullet points, and you can take a, let's say, I don't know, a technical documentation, existing technical documentation, and you might say, I want to write a similar documentation based on these bullet points. So generate information to the best of your knowledge, and then I will continue working on it by hand. So like, or you can put an image drawn in some visual style, and you say, draw me an image in a similar visual style, but put a little boy in the room with their parents instead of a little girl riding a bicycle. So it will draw an entirely different scene, but in a style that you want. So for example, you work on a book, you need illustrations in some specific style, you can do it yourself. You don't need to hire an artist for this. So the artist will provide you examples of their style, and then you continue to work in this style as long as you want. This raises, of course, ethical questions, whether you can do it, whether style contains IPs and so on, but I will not go into these details because it's debated currently, and I think it will continue to be debated for this year and maybe a couple of more years. Write a new piece in this style. This is what I say, like you need some new image in the same style as the rest of your book. You just provide pictures from your book, and you get a new one in the same style. Self-education, it's a huge domain. So imagine the life before ChatGPT. You want to know something, and you don't have any Harvard professor, in your phone book, and very few of us do have such people available. So what do? You can go to Wikipedia. Maybe you will be lucky. You will find something. You can, I don't know, search in some scientific papers archive. Maybe if you can read such papers, you are lucky. But if not, that's it for you. No one in your circle of friends can advise you on this topic. Today, you just ask a question to a language model, and you will get an answer. Of course, this answer might contain errors, and most likely it will. This is why I say hallucinating Harvard professor. But for many people, even having a sick Harvard professor in their phone book is better than not having any at all. At least you will be you will be shown some direction in which to go. You will be given some basics of the domain, and then if you are persistent, you will dig the rest by yourself. Again, so now 8 billion people on Earth have access to this Harvard professor. This is huge. And finally, scientific research, it's a big deal. Probably it's less talked about because it's more kind of scientific, but previously, and I was a scientist, so let's say you work on a paper. So you propose some new algorithm, but to publish the paper, you need to provide some properties of the algorithm, whether it will be fast or slow, how much memory it will consume, and so on. So I need to provide some theoretical properties of this algorithm. And normally, you just sit in your office, you look at this algorithm, and you think, what kind of properties it has? Like, where do I look at to even start to thinking like, oh, okay, I would prove this or prove that. Today, you paste your algorithm description and the source code in the chat bot, and you say, what kind of properties other scientists would find valuable if I prove them? And if once you have this list, you can even say, show me how would you prove it? And again, it might prove it wrong. It might send you in some direction where there is no exit. But at least you will start with something. You will see flaws and you will fix them. So for scientists, it's really a big deal. It's already resulting in an avalanche of papers as never before, but it will only accelerate.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Andriy, I'm awfully sorry for interrupting you, but just for the sake of time, I know that there's a lot of amazing content that you have, but I'm sure our audience wants to capitalize on the opportunity of having you in the room and ask some questions. And I see a question from Marina Sanchez-Torron. Here we are in localization industry, like we are one of the application cases for AI. Do you see any use cases for agentic AI in the localization industry? We know that in your newsletters, you've published some of your opinions about agentic AI. So here we are in a niche industry. What do you think about us and agent?
Yeah, well, we need to define what agentic AI means, because many people just use this term without like a formal definition of it. So an agent is, from scientific perspective, it's a program that was trained to act in some specific environment. So this program was able to do some actions in this environment, receive some feedback into like observations. Okay, I did that, and this changed. And then the program was trained to adapt its behavior based on the feedback it receives from the environment. So this is not what we talk about today about agentic AI or agentic, let's say, localization system. What they call agentic today is basically a language model that you prompted to act as something. So you might say, okay, today you are a translator, or today you are a localizer, or today you are a project manager, and your tasks are A, B, C, D. So long story short, it's not really optimized to work in any particular environment. So you can ask it to be whoever you want. And you can even ask it to explain to you whether they understood your request well. and you will read this explanation and you will say, yeah, exactly. But there is zero guarantee that it will do exactly what you want it to do, because it's a language model. It was trained to generate text that convince you that this text makes sense. This is the only thing that it can do. It doesn't think, it doesn't plan, it doesn't have agency, so it doesn't have its own desires. It doesn't have any sense of meaning. So you just put a text in it, and you see what kind of text it can generate back. Sometimes this text is useful for you, and you are happy. Sometimes it's a total nonsense, and you are unhappy. This is how it works. So yes, maybe some of those LLMs fine-tuned, not fine-tuned, but instructed to do some translation work might do it seven times out of 10 well. But for the 3 remaining times, it will be probably absolute garbage. And if you blindly trust it and send the result of this work to your customer, you will be disappointed, because the customer will be disappointed.
Absolutely. So thanks so much. Dear audience, I don't, unless something is wrong with my feed, I don't see any more. Oh no, Sylvia, here's a question from Sylvia. Do you think that AI is good at evaluating things in general?
Yes, very well. It's better than a regular human being. And I can give you my first-hand experience. I currently, well, I just finished to work on my book on language models, and it contains a lot of code inside and a lot of derivation of some equations and theorems. And I used a lot LLMs to find flaws in those derivations, find bugs in those codes. And if you ask it once, twice, 3 times, you can ask different. Today, you can ask ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, and the chance that like all of them will miss a bug, if there is a bug, is very, very tiny. But asking them to write without bugs is a challenge. So if you like, so my kind of message that I sent to everyone, LLMs will augment you incredibly if you're already a specialist in some domain. So if you're already a scientist, they will augment you as a scientist. If you're already a coder and you know some specific language or a framework, they will generate code that you will read and you will say cool, or you will say not cool, fix it. But if you are a kind of nobody, you have no knowledge whatsoever, and you wanted to code for you or to do any problem solving, again, 7 times out of 10, you might be lucky and it will work. The remaining 3, your clients will sue you, and you will not like it.
That sounds sounds perceived. Konstantin, looks like you might have a question. No.
Yes, Andriy, so what are the professions we can shoot for, right? So translator as a profession is not ending, but it's facing challenges, right? Some people don't like post-editing, others feel it's not creative anymore. They don't like the price pressure. And then looking both translators and project managers how to build the career which will last a few years. We don't have a lot of future on which to base our pattern recognition, but perhaps you have an insight into where should we be vectoring our careers. What do you think is the goal, where would we be aiming our skill sets and our narrative? Because the skill sets don't change that much, but the narrative is very important.
Yeah, well, my last part is about this. So how much time do I have?
Let's have a couple of minutes.
Okay, well, very quickly. So LLM, it's a tool, but it's a tool with a catch because you don't know how to use it, and no one knows. So like, for example, when you use a drill, you know it drills holes. You use a hammer, you know it hammers nails. When you use a language model, what it does, you don't know. Because why you don't know? Because its training data is hidden, and what it can do, it's based on the training data. It cannot do anything that it's not in the training data. It's hidden. And even if it wasn't hidden, imagine study the entire internet and the entire body of all published books to figure out whether it can answer your question. Impossible. Okay, so you never know whether it will save you time or it will waste, make you waste your time. So as I said, it doesn't have agency. So it will fail in face of true unknowns. It will fail in when you need it to plan, weight risk, even humor and sarcasm. It cannot get it because it takes thinking, real thinking, not pattern matching. Okay, so this is kind of indicators that it will not take anyone's job. But it will not take anyone's job, but it will make people doing some job very, very effective in what they do. Okay, again, depending on the use case. So like as I put here, some professions, productivity boost is so large that large teams aren't needed anymore. So large team of translators, copy editors, proofreaders, online content moderators, copywriters, and I put here junior software engineers, data analysts, and paralegals. Because like now, LLM can write code better than a junior software engineer. So why would you hire it? You would just hire a couple of seniors who will just, you know, write prompts and correct if it was poorly written. Data analyst, now you don't write, as a data analyst, you don't write code in Python to analyze. LLM can generate graphs for you 1,000 times a day. Okay, so new professions arise, and they are for two kinds of people. The first kind of people is those who understand AI. It can feel what AI can do. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that you need to work with it 24/7. You need to test it on different scenarios and see what works well for you and what didn't. So it takes expertise in understanding how those models work. And this is why, for example, I wrote this book on LLMs. I actually explain like the background of it, like when it fails, why, what happens inside that it makes it fail. It takes years of practical hands-on experience. I have like 2.5 years because I started to use it when it was still ChatGPT 3.5. And I see the progression. I can now predict that, okay, this wasn't impossible 2 years ago. Now it is. So my experience evolves together with these models. And it takes talent as well. As anything in human kind of work, some people are more talented in something than others. So if you are lucky, you have a talent, and you might say, yeah, this try an LLM. This don't do it. You will waste time. And another type of people is those who pay attention to detail, because as we discussed, 3 times out of 10 it will fail, but it will fail in such a subtle way that for you know, when you read it quick, you will not notice it. So it takes people who will read and notice every kind of glitch and deviation from what was requested, especially in instruction following. And these corrections, they will be fed into the training data. The model will be retrained, and next time, hopefully, it will be better in this case, but it will be still poor in some other cases. And interactive problem solving. So people will need to, for example, when you work with frontier LLMs like ChatGPT or Gemini, it's not like one shot. I give you this, you give me that, I'm happy. No, it's always like, okay, no, this is not exactly what I wanted. Okay, I will paraphrase and so on. So to generate this long conversation on which these models can be improved, it takes people, and it takes people with this specific talent to pay attention to the minor detail and fix all of them. So here I just yesterday took a bunch of screenshots of new job posts with new titles that you would not see a couple of years ago. So prompt engineer, AI governance or QA quality consultant, AI annotation team member or lead, proofreader for AI, AI ML consultant, so AI strategy consultant for example, companies don't know what to do with it. So if you can explain, okay, you have this business and AI could help you here and here this way, they pay for this. So I put
Andriy, I think here we need to wrap up. If you'd like to say some final statements here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So keep your old skills. I will share this this deck. So your old skill like creativity, knowledge of languages, problem solving, attention to detail, they are all needed. It's just in different applications. So how to future-proof your career? So you start to think. You need to start to think as an engineer. Like decompose a complex problem into smaller pieces and explaining them piece by piece to an LLM. critical thinking, AI intuition, as I said. So you need to continuously learn, as I do, and develop human-centric skills, because LLMs don't have agency. They cannot be leaders. They cannot communicate with different people. Collaboration is problematic. They don't have empathy. They are not creative. You are. So how to do it? Online learning platforms like Coursera, newsletters like my newsletter, True Positive Weekly. You can Google it. Ask AI about anything, but verify the answers. So yeah, this is it. And yeah, so I put here my book on language models. It's for all levels of knowledge. It's 100 page, so you can quickly scan it during the weekend. And if you decide to learn to code them, there are code examples as well.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Andriy, if you have some time, we will have networking now. I will wrap the conference, so let me show what to do next. Thank you for your presentation, and I think most people here relate. Look at the number of likes and applause which is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, keep it up. I think today's event has been important. I think we made a dent in the market, and we also understand much more what to do and how to do it with the help of the professionals who have been sharing the knowledge openly today and giving us a path to the future. Now, if you'd like to relax a little bit and discuss what was said, meet each other, forge connections, we have some networking prepared for you. So you can either use the link in the chat, or you can go to the webpage for GenAI and localization and click join the networking. It will bring you to a Zoom meeting. There's a few breakout rooms, and Javier Diaz, a very famous influencer in our industry, has prepared some special entertainment and discussions for you, which you can all participate in. Thank you. It's been a fantastic day, and I learned a lot. Hopefully you did too. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we continue with workshops, and we'll work on the practical hands-on skills, have some exercises to continue this festival of becoming a GenAI in localization specialist. Thank you again to everybody who contributed to making this event a success. Andriy, Olga, AP Portugal, Multilingual, all the people who have been sharing, moderating, presenting. It's a long list. Thank you. I'm very happy I can be a part of this group, and that we can be together in this pivotal moment in our industry. Goodbye, and I see you at networking. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye.